Ms. City Clerk, can we please call the roll?
Sanchez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra. Don't believe she has logged on yet. Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Charette.
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso.
Here.
Councilmember Calvin.
Here.
Councilmember Alexander. You're muted, sir.
I did that on purpose, so just let you know that I did that on purpose. I'm here.
Mayor Valdivia.
Here. Thank you. Okay. Okay, we're good?
Yes,
So
we
let's
do not
have-
have any public comments for tonight's
No
meeting.
public comments. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and begin the closed session. We'll ask staff. '21 City Council meeting. This is a joint regular meeting of the Marin City Council and Marin City Council acting as successory agency to our redevelopment agency of the City of San Bernardino. I call to order this meeting. At this time, I will ask Councilman Charette. Councilman, sir, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance tonight?
Thank you. Please all stand and join me as we pledge to our flag. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag, the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Councilman. We appreciate it. At this time, I'll recognize the city attorney. Is there anything to report from closed session? You're muted.
Mayor, council members and members of the public, we had 3 closed session items this evening. We do not have any required reportable action under the Brown Act, but if there's anything you'd like me to discuss or report out, I'd be happy to do that.
Thank you very much, Ms. City Attorney. Moving on to our presentation from Congressman Aguilar. Pete, it's great to see you, sir. Thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate your legislative representation for the City of San Bernardino. We welcome you tonight, Congressman, and please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council and city staff. Appreciate the opportunity to be with you today. I know that you have a lengthy agenda. I want to have respect for that. I've sat in those chairs before. I know how this works, but I definitely want to have the dialogue and be open to your questions as well. And let me just start with a few quick items. The American Rescue Plan is what the president signed last week. Last Thursday, he signed it. We've been working on a lot of these issues for the past 12 months, especially with the pandemic. And I've been an advocate for state and local assistance as a result of some of the COVID relief packages that we have been putting forward over the past year. And thankfully, we were able to get this one across the finish line. And I just wanted to keep you posted on that and the rollout of that legislation, what it means to San Bernardino. But make no mistake, members of the council and mayor, this is something that is supported by folks in our region, supported by the American people. This has over 70% support of the American public because it's timely and it's needed, and it does what we need it to do, which is help put shots in arms, money in people's pockets, helping put people back to work, and helping our schools reopen. And so those are the 4 pillars of the legislation. And one of the key pieces of keeping people at work and putting people at work is recognizing that over 1 million state and local employees have been laid off during the pandemic. And so state and local assistance was a key component of that. And we were able to secure $350 billion to state and local governments as a result of the legislation. The city of San Bernardino is as an entitlement city will receive a direct contribution totaling $84.899 million. That's the city's share. And let me describe how that's going to work. I'll rely on Mr. Field and some of your finance folks to talk through some of these dynamics as well. But let me tell you, our understanding is within 60 days of the bill signing, so that clock has already started and is now 7 days in. Within 60 days of the president signing this, as an entitlement city, the city will receive half of the revenue. And so half of the 84.899. And we can talk about some of those uses as well. The balance, the other 50%, will be distributed or available for distribution 12 months from now. The goal of this, Mayor and members of the council, is to help you bridge some of the economic issues that resulted from the pandemic. And so a key component of that is we know our local cities are heavily reliant on sales tax revenue. Has been a recognition that declining sales tax revenue because of declining economic activity has been a key part. And so we, in the bill, we talk about 5 fiscal years, basically 5 covered periods that are eligible. So the economic loss that San Bernardino has faced as a result of the pandemic is an eligible expense. Also, a recognition that there have been essential workers who have been employed by the city, carrying on city functions. There have been operations that couldn't be open that you're now debating to reopen. These would all be eligible expenses related to the personnel side of whether you reopen and at what speed and pace you reopen. Those personnel-driven related expenditures are applicable. The 2 pieces you cannot use the revenue for, full disclosure, are post-employee retirement, so pension obligations, as well as you cannot use it for reducing taxes. So other than that, there are a wide number of areas that are eligible expenses. And so whether it's helping people who have fallen behind on utility payments or rent payments, or the city sales tax revenue pieces, or even property tax revenue pieces that have declined with the pandemic, all of those are eligible expenses. And we'll wait on some guidance that Treasury will offer, but our hope is that infrastructure related pieces could potentially be included as well if they reduced some of the outlays for citizens, constituents down the line. And so, we wanted to make sure that this was strategic, but that it could also be used in a targeted way that was most helpful to your constituents, to our shared constituents. That has been the path and the program. My suggestion would be, as we develop these guidelines, and the 50-50 bridge, 50-50, 50%, 50% is meant to help you over 2 successive fiscal years. So as you're planning those, believe me, I understand local governments have to balance their budgets. The federal government does not. And so as you're making those decisions for the next fiscal year, you can account for some of these revenue, and also the next fiscal year, the 22-23 fiscal year, because you would receive half of the funds in 12 months. So the goal is to ensure economic stability among our public agencies moving forward. And so we want to be as helpful as we possibly can. And as this guidance gets developed, we're happy to help you troubleshoot. We're happy to work with city staff and the administration to help guide you and answer any questions, or to nudge Treasury if we need any help or assistance. I think my suggestion would be, as a matter of good public policy and transparency and accountability, as you develop, and I believe in local control, and you folks will make the decisions that are best for the city of San Bernardino. But as you develop those guidelines, and as you develop what you're going to use this revenue from, I think putting an agenda item in the future, in May or June or July, as you indicate what is going to be allocated, having a communication item of 1 page, 2 pages, indicating to all of our shared taxpayers what the revenue is going toward, would be in all of our best interest. from an accountability and transparency perspective, just so the public knows where these dollars are being spent. But protecting jobs, maintaining essential city services, those are the key priorities that we want municipalities to focus on. So the last thing I'll say, Mayor, is, and this portion is separate from the American Rescue Plan, but Congress is looking at what we're calling community projects, member-driven community projects. Some people have called them earmarks in the past, but opportunities for members of Congress to help guide some of the federal spending that happens in our communities. We're looking to restart some of those discussions, and I would love the city's dialogue as that moves forward. This may move a little fast, but to the extent the city has shelf-ready, shovel-ready, projects and programs, we would be, happy to work with you on developing those and putting them into a request. I will get a limited number of requests that I'm allowed to make for the region, but these would be member guided and very specific. They can only go to cities, JPAs, municipalities, public agencies, or nonprofits. So these will not be used in any way, shape, or form for any for-profit entities, but some of our local hospitals, universities, cities, special districts would be eligible to raise their hand and to say, hey, we have a project need, and we would want to work with you to identify what are the highest and best uses of those needs, and hopefully have some community support behind that, whether that's through a council resolution or letter of support, whatever it may be. But we want to make sure that that we have projects in San Bernardino that are eligible and needed. And so that is a separate bucket, but because of the timeline of how this is working, I wanted to bring that to your attention. Those are the updates that I have for you, Mayor. I'm happy to answer any questions that the council or city staff may have. City staff will have some follow-up from my team. Andrea and Kurt on my staff will follow up a little bit more on the community projects, and we're happy to relay any questions about the city allocation in the American Rescue Plan as well.
Congressman, regarding the community projects, I know that the terms are still in its infancy, but how soon do you anticipate the requests need to come from our city, roughly?
Yeah, we're going to have to submit, and I'm only going to be allowed to submit 10 projects for the entire community. And we're going to have those by late April submitted on our side. All of the requests I will be making on behalf of this congressional district will be loaded up on my website. That is one of the disclosure items that is required. It'll also be loaded on the Appropriations Committee website. I serve on the Appropriations Committee, and so we've been tracking this and following this process as well. And so I only have 10, so I need to be strategic. I need to be thoughtful. These need to be the right size, and we're happy to talk with you about what that looks like. We all have grandiose dreams of what we want to get done in our communities. We might have to temper some of those expectations a little bit. And I want to be very honest. Just because I submit 10 does not mean I will receive 10. And I think that rate may be somewhere in the 5 to 6 range. I would hope that we get allocated. So it'll move quickly. April will be the requests, and this will be for what we call our fiscal year 22 budget. So this will be marked up in May, June. In the House side, it'll be voted on the House floor June and July, and then our fiscal year starts October 1. And so right now, Democrats and Republicans have both agreed. I don't want to inject politics into this, and you folks can let me where all of that stuff. But Democrat Republican conference actually just voted today to move forward with a proposal to also use this community projects process. So Democrats in the House, Democrats and Republicans in the House will advocate for this and will submit through this channel. The Senate is still working their piece among the two parties. But we anticipate that they will move forward as well. So all of this is still very tentative because it's on its infancy and because it's been 10 years since Congress has done this. So we're kind of developing this, Mayor. It's a long answer, but we're developing this kind of as we go, but it will move pretty quick.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Councilman Charette, question, comment?
Yeah, thank you. Congressman, good to see you. Pete, you and I have known each other a long time, worked together over the years, and it's good to see you. And thank you for your representation. Just one real quick clarification. I think I know the answer, but I want to be sure. And you did say you can submit 10 projects for this community, but I think you meant for the district. And I want a clarification on that. Is it the community or the district as a whole?
Yeah, for my district. So that spans
So
from Upland.
it's 10 for your district, which includes more communities than just San Bernardino, and it also is going to probably be reduced to 5 to 6 to 7. Is that correct? Just for clarification.
I think that's fair. Correct. So I will have 10 projects. I am allowed to submit no more than 10 projects. No member of Congress is allowed to submit more than 10 projects into the portal that we will advance them through, the electronic way in which we submit them. So 10 projects from Upland to Redlands. So we will work with stakeholders. We will talk. We will work through some of these proposals, and we may give you ideas on how to make the proposals a little bit better. Keeping in mind that this isn't something that we envision being a one-year process. This is likely going to be ongoing. So projects that may not advance the first year, or maybe they don't even make the top 10 in the first year, could be projects that are in the top 1 or top 3 next year. So some of this will take a little bit of time, but yeah, I will have 10 projects that I can submit. And so I want to just manage expectations, and I want to be clear about that. But the possibility of bringing back more resources has been something that has, guided me. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to be on the Appropriations Committee. We all know the tenure that Jerry Lewis had on the Appropriations Committee, and all of us benefited from it. And I'm very comfortable saying that. We're not spending any new money. Let me also use this disclaimer. What we're saying is that 1% of the discretionary money that Congress allocates every year, 1%, members will directly allocate. This is not 1% more. This is money that the administration, whether it is President Biden, former President Trump, former President Obama, this is money that the administration has been spending, that we feel we have a better pulse on our communities and how it should be spent, rather than a Washington bureaucrat looking at a grant application. So that's been our guiding post in developing this process, and I've been involved in the development of the process. And I hope that we can be successful and advance some good projects. Fred, good to see you.
Very well. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for that. And again, thank you. And I it's been more than a few times. So I want to remind you, I don't think you need to be reminded, but we're a poor community out here, and we really can use the help. And I love the idea of our federal dollars coming back to the local community, because I more than a few times, Pete, I've said, if you want a tree trim, don't call your congressman, call your councilman. And we're here with the pulse of the people and providing services and quality of life to the local population. And so I'm not a big supporter of earmarks, and I know that that's been approved, but we certainly want to get our fair share and get as much back here as we possibly can. Thank you very much. And maybe this isn't the earmarks. I saw something about earmarks being looked at and approved.
No, I'll be very honest. I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about. We're calling them community projects because that's what they are. And we are not doing for-profit entities, which has been done in the past. But these are member-directed community projects, and I'm going to be very honest about it. I'm going to be happy to put my name on these projects, and so that's the threshold by which the city should advance things. Is whether you want whether you would be comfortable putting your name on something that meets this threshold, because I'm going to put my name on it, and if it doesn't meet that threshold, it's not going to be on the list. And Fred, I appreciate you talking about equity. Because I do think that this is something that is incredibly important. And keeping in mind that the American Rescue Plan money that the city is receiving, 84.8 million. Last I checked, the city's population was roughly what Fontana's was, pretty close. Fontana receiving 52 million. And the city of Bernardino is receiving 84 million, because we drew up this formula to be guided through some of the HUD calculations that acknowledge those communities that have been underserved and have been left behind. And so that's why the city of San Bernardino is receiving, 20 plus million more than a similar populated city, is because we wanted to be guided by that. So the formula, I won't get into this, but we spent a lot of time on it, was half population per capita and half need-based HUD calculations. And so that's how San Bernardino, so I just want to be very clear that we are doing our share to recognize some of the inequities within the system and those communities that need it most. Now, the expectations and the bar should be high on how you spend this money.
Right.
But I think we're all up to that challenge.
Well, and Congressman, also,
thank you very much. Thank you, Pete. I appreciate that.
Congressman, what we also need to include and update is the dollars being expended towards our city unified school district. So there's more tranches of money that are being applied locally. So we're very grateful.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm comfortable telling you that number. It's 253 million.
That's right.
Going to San Bernardino Unified School District. All of us on this, as I look across the Zoom box, I know all of you care about our school districts.
Yes, we do.
And we want our school districts to succeed and advance. And we know that that instruction is going to be changing in the future. And so making sure that in our perspective, and believe me, I don't have a public policy recommendation, our school district will guide those decisions. But what we wanted to say was loud and clear, cost should not be a barrier to local communities making a decision on whether to reopen or not. Whether that means social distancing and adding spaces, adding portables, looking at the ventilation systems and the AC and heater systems for our schools, all of that. So that's why it's a big tranche of funding, a significant amount of funding, and I'll be having similar conversations with the school district.
Very good. A few more questions. We have a very busy agenda, but we'll go with Councilmember Ibarra and then Councilmember Alexander. Councilmember, go ahead, please.
Good evening, Congressman Aguilar. Great to finally address you directly. My question is on the community projects. Are there any cost caps per projects that you're looking at?
It's a really good question. We're still developing those, Mayor Pro Tem, and I would just kind of guide you to be to kind of temper your expectations. And my staff is telling me to do the same. I can tell you historically. So I went and looked at some of the community projects that Congressman Baca and Congressman Lewis advocated for 10 years ago, 11 years ago. And those were roughly in the $200,000 to $2 million range. Roughly speaking, there was one or two above and below that, but I think that's probably the range. I think the lower the sticker price, the higher likelihood of success would be my general guidance. We're still looking through some of the material, and there are 12 federal. Mayor told me to keep it tight here. I'm trying to respect that, Mayor. There are 12 federal appropriations bills, and each one is a little different. And so it kind of depends on what you want. Do you want something transportation housing, or do you want something, water? So some of that will change, but I do think historically it's been in the 200,000 to 2 million range. And I think that that's probably a good guidepost for now.
And definitely something that's going to benefit the whole city, the whole community, right? Not just one little section like a I'll give you an example, a landfill in one area. You're looking at something that's more citywide.
Yeah, I mean, and obviously, those types of things, just a physical thing like a landfill might be in one, district or ward, but could have citywide implications. And so we want to respect that. But definitely we want to look regionally. We want to look at the entire, city or region and how something could affect it. And again, this could be through a nonprofit. This could be through something through the under the city guidance and control. We are agnostic on that. It just has to have a community benefit.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Alexander, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Congressman. You mentioned something about the American Rescue Plan and the infrastructure. We could possibly use the money on that. Are we going to receive guidelines anytime soon? So to let us know if we can or cannot. And you also, part two, very short, I'm sorry, about personnel. Do you mean city personnel or that we can use this money on? And those are the two quick questions.
Yeah, so great questions, and there will be more guidance. Treasury will put out some guidance very soon here that will help our municipalities. So it is meant to capture actual revenue loss through 5 covered fiscal periods, and including fiscal periods that are 12 months from now. And so we don't know all of this data, and I will rely on you and your sales tax consultants and your city staff to help guide you through that process. But I do think that a significant portion could be used of this money could be used in helping to address and to backfill some of those sales tax or property tax related losses. So also, if the city wants to partner with nonprofits or folks who want to help in the commercial or residential property owners to pay back delinquent taxes or water sewer bills, those types of things, we hope that infrastructure that potentially would affect every resident could be affected here, and I know infrastructure means everything: sewer, water, wastewater, streets, roads, all those things. Let's put a pin in that and have more conversations about it. But potentially, if there were things that were on the books, projects that were on the books that you could not fund because of the pandemic and because of lower revenue, those may be eligible. So those are some of the things that preliminarily have been discussed. Treasury will advance those and put a little finer point on the details behind that. But specifically, it is meant for the revenue loss. In addition to, if there are employee costs, or I know people have talked about city facilities being closed for hours and periods, this could be used to help backfill, bringing folks back as well. So those personnel expenses related to pandemics and shutdowns would be eligible. It's pretty broad language when it comes to the personnel side, up to and including potentially additional assistance for essential workers and folks who were deemed to be essential for city operations that did not have the ability to call off or to work from home.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilmember.
Thank you very much, Congressman. It's been a delight to host you, and thank you for your the advocacy in DC. We appreciate your service to our community, and we again extend our deep appreciation to you. And thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are shared constituents of all of ours, and we owe it to them to do best by the taxpayer dollars. And I know that the city of San Bernardino and their leadership is up to the challenge. So I look forward to working with you all on this.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you so much. Good night.
Bye-bye. Okay, I inadvertently missed our roll call. So, Ms. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Sanchez,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Here.
Councilmember Figueroa.
Here.
Thank you. Councilmember Surratt,
Here.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Here.
Councilmember Calvin,
Here.
Councilmember Alexander,
Here.
and Mayor Valdivia.
Present. Thank you very much. At this time, we'll move on to our city manager report. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you and good evening. Can you hear me, by the way? I've been having microphone problems. Okay, thank you. Yeah, good evening. Well, we'll start off with, I think it's a lot of folks know this already, but just want to make clear that we are now back in red tier here in San Bernardino, the entire county. What that means for us, for example, is the libraries are going to be able to reopen at 50% of capacity. We'll be working with the library system to make that happen. Schools are going to be reopening. All kinds of things are going to be happening. We're on the cusp of just barely starting to return to something resembling normalcy. And with that, paired with the good news that was just shared with us by the congressman, indicates that things are looking up a little bit, and we can have a little bit of hope as we go into 2021. We will be sharing additional information as we gradually reopen. There are a lot of topics for us to cover at future meetings, and so we will be sharing some thoughts and some plans with you as we go forward. And we'll, of course, be engaging with the entire council on plans for spending the money that is going to be coming our way. There are an abundance of needs here, obviously. So we have plenty of opportunities, and we will bring some recommendations to you. That's part of our responsibility, I think. So now, keeping our fingers crossed that we're off to a better start to 2021. So
Very good. Does that conclude your report?
I just hesitated because I see Councilman Alexander is raising his hand.
Councilman, go ahead.
Oh, no, I thought you were finished because I wanted to wish a couple of residents in my ward, Tony and Michael Garcia, happy birthday. They're twins 16-year-olds, and I crashed their pop-up birthday party in my ward, and they're listening right now. So Tony and Michael Garcia, happy birthday. It's your 16th. It was an office-themed birthday party. So congratulations, guys.
Happy
That's
birthday.
Okay, I wasn't quite finished. I told more quickly.
Go ahead, City Manager.
Thank you. Community Act 9 Development has brought out something that's really neat. They've done a development project story map, which is an interactive website that allows you to look around the city and see what's going on in the development. There are a lot of projects happening here. This is kind of a way of pushing back on those who claim that there's no progress in San Bernardino. That's absolutely not true. There's a lot going on here, and we will share the website address with everyone. One of the people who's pushing it out, of course, for us is Tanya Romo in the call center. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I encourage all of you to take a look. It's pretty exciting. So from neighborhood commercial stuff, residential, all kinds of different stuff happening here. Parks and Recreation is doing movies in the park. Another kind of sign that we're coming on, that we're starting to be able to kind of reconvene in an appropriate manner. So outdoor movies, and the first one is Friday, April 2nd, right before Easter. We're going to, of course, show the movie Hop, which is an Easter-themed movie. So good for the entire family. They're also doing a variety of Easter-related activities at several community centers, including Reuben Campos, Delman Heights, White Oak Creek, Rudy Hernandez, and Vertimont community centers, and also the Center for Individual Development. They're being billed as Extravaganza. That's Egg Extravaganza events. Good for the whole family. And then finally, we've been advised by the County of San Bernardino as the vaccination is rolled out, the vaccination process. They have several locations in the city that they will be offering those at various places, including Arroyo High School, 16th Street, 7th Avenue's Church, 5th Street Senior Center, right up the street from where we're sitting now, Ecclesia, Christian Fellowship, Life Changing Ministries, and our own Paris Hill Senior Center. So look for information on the county's website. We are very rapidly vaccinating people around town. Again, good news. So that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. We appreciate the report. Let's move on to our appointment process. There's been a request to separate item number 7. So with one motion, items 2 through 6. Is there a motion for approval on items 2 through 6?
Move to approve. Second.
Okay. Councilman, do you have a question? Councilman Alexander?
No, I was seconding it.
Okay. All right, Ms. City Clerk, on items 2 through 6, if you please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
No.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Can't hear you.
Aye.
There you go. Okay, and
Motion passes.
the motion passes on items number 2 through 6. Thank you. And item number 7, this is the appointment for Ms. Treasure Ortiz of the Public Safety and Human Relations Commission, representing Ward 6.
Just a clarification, Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm just asked, who requested this be separated, and I'm wondering why.
Well,
If I can get an answer, maybe I can't get an answer.
I had a conversation with the council member and the request was made.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Sanchez, go ahead, sir.
Yes, for this appointment, this last appointment, I will have to vote no, but I'd like to explain myself. These commissions have been put together to do the good work of the city, for the good of the community. And whenever possible, we should try to ensure that we're not using these appointments to give any political advantage to one individual or another. And I do believe that the candidate for this appointment has filed paperwork and is running for political office in the city. And I think that what I want to do is I don't want to encourage that sort of act in the future. And so that's why I'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Councilman. Further comment, discussion? Ms. Ibarra, please go ahead.
My only concern with all of these appointments is, besides the general plan, all of these, there should have been people from the ward themselves being represented. And I know it's not specific in our municipal code that they have to live in the ward, but we have to put ourselves in the positions of who we are to represent and who is to serve on these commissions. Just want to let my colleagues know that when you select or want to appoint somebody, only somebody who lives in your ward will know best the needs of your ward, because they live there, they walk through those neighborhoods, they know what the needs are. Whereas you're appointing somebody that is not from that neighborhood, and they could be very well known, very involved, but if they don't walk the streets that you walked when you ran for office, it feels like there's a disservice. I appointed people from my ward. They would be the voice for second ward. And I hope you guys bear that in mind, even though it's not in the municipal code. Those are all my comments I wanted to share.
Councilman Charette, go ahead, sir.
My only comment would be that I agree with those sentiments and I support that.
Okay, thank you, sir. Councilmember Calvin?
I understand exactly what everyone is saying here. And to some point, I agree. But what I also understand is that, one, we have done a very poor job of making our commissioners feel valued. And so I want to make mention that I have asked several members of the 6th Ward to be commissioners, and they find that that the city does not take their advisement into consideration. And I know that the city manager and I have had this conversation, and he has heard this from other community members or other commissioners as well. And I asked, what can we do in order to make our commissioners feel that their time is not being wasted, that their opinions are valued, and that we do take their advisement into serious consideration, so that we will not have any issues with getting anybody to wanting to serve on any commission. That is one thing that I would like for us to take consideration as a team and as council members of this city. Second, if you look into the resumes of the folks who I have asked to be commissioners, I tried to find people who had definitely already shown community commitment in these areas. For instance, with arts and historical preservation, I called up the Garcia Center because I wanted to find people who had definite passion about art and historical preservation. And I also look at everybody that serves as a commissioner, that they're representing the city. Just as, yes, we are representing our own wards, but we are representing a city. And so I wanted to give that look. I wanted for people to understand that so that we can also grow further as a city. So while I do understand folks' concerns, but I have chosen people who are from the 6th Ward, and I've chosen people who are not from the 6th Ward, because I also want folks to look at this entire city as their own.
Okay, thank you. We need a motion, folks, either to proceed.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I second.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, motion to approve item number 7, Treasurer Tees to Public Safety and Human Relations Commission. And point of clarification, Ms. City Attorney, according to Municipal Code Section 2.17, the mayor has the ability to also cast a vote. Is that accurate?
I will verify that. I do know that this requires 5 votes, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Did our fearless Rebecca Kramer just nod her head yes, that is a requirement, or that
Yes.
is part of the...
It does require 5 affirmative votes of the mayor and city council per section 2.17.040.
Mayor, you're muted.
Thank you. Well, I will exercise my prerogative to cast a vote on this. And so, Ms. City Clerk, if you would please call the roll, including my vote. Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
No.
Councilmember Charette,
No.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander,
Nay.
Mayor Valdivia.
No.
The motion does not pass. 6 votes voting in opposition.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's move on to item public comments for tonight. Ms. City Clerk, I understand there's a significant amount of public comments tonight, and we ask that you please play the audio recordings for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Jillian, if you may please proceed with playing the public comments.
I just had a quick question, if I may. Ms.
Yeah,
City
please
Clerk-
go ahead, Ms. Ibarra.
Ms. City Clerk, are any of the public comments for any of the public hearings?
Yes, a significant portion are.
Can we separate those and bring them when we discuss the public hearings? Or
For future meetings, I can do that. However, these that are listed here before you, they're not categorized by item number.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
That's good.
Hello, my name is Ken Sawa. I'm the CEO of Catholic Charities, and I'm calling regarding agenda item number 11, San Manuel Landing Project. San Manuel Band of Mission Indians have shown great leadership over many years by reinvesting back into the city of San Bernardino and other communities in our region in innumerable ways. Specifically, they have been a very good neighbor to local families by addressing pressing human needs, including providing support for local disaster recovery efforts, and most recently the COVID pandemic. Catholic Charities supports the San Manuel Landing Project for the creation of local jobs and the strength the project will add to our local economy. Thank you.
Hey there, my name is Nick, and this is a public comment for the open session of the City Council meeting. I just want to give a big shout out to all of the council members involved in ensuring that the Carousel Mall development project will continue moving forward with a developer who is morally upstanding, ethically upstanding, and is going to bring great things to our city. I'm very excited to see something turn out that's similar to Victoria Gardens or Mountain Grove. Now, regarding the Chinese developers, who, for those of you listening who aren't aware of what happened, there are big allegations, regarding John Valdivia sexually assaulting 5 women, because he's a sexual predator, for lack of a better word, a marshmallow-headed, ugly sexual predator. And they were trying to give him money and lavish vacations in exchange for picking them as the developer so that they could make a massive profit off of his sexual assault. Now, to the council members who voted against that and made it known that they would not stand for Valdivia helping a company profit and him profiting himself off of Valdivia sexually assaulting 5 innocent women, I just really salute those council members. And moving forward, as we go into election season, I just want to remind you, if you look at the voting records, there are more and more young people coming out to vote, okay, statistically. I go to Cal State, all right? When it's election season, I promise you there's going to be a lot of young people involved in what's happening. And I'm telling you that Valdivia's sexual assault is going to be a huge issue. So you can either start distancing yourself from that now, or you can stand by this sexual predator and be a friend to him and support him. I think if you want to distance yourself, you can make that publicly known, but the easiest way to do it is to show it through your policy decisions. Are you going to let him profit off of his sexual assaults? Are you going to let him get away with unethical things? I encourage you all to do the right thing and to distance yourself from Mayor Valdivia, the sexual predator. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Ann Versell. I'm the Executive Director of the San Bernardino Symphony Orchestra. I wish to speak briefly on the topic of the proposed San Manuel Landing Project, item 11 in open session. The project is slated to be constructed on a 50-acre parcel at the former Norton Air Force Base site. I drive past this site most days on my way to and from the office. While maintained, the area currently looks bleak, empty, and adds nothing aesthetically pleasing to the landscape. The San Manuel Landing Project is specifically designed to address these aesthetic needs while providing jobs and $1 million in annual tax revenue. It will be environmentally friendly with both LEED and CalGreen certifications. It will include drought-tolerant landscaping, allowing it to look beautiful all year round. It will incorporate the historic water tower, and it will even include a park and mural wall highlighting the region's history. It will address future transportation needs by containing electric vehicle charging stations, including stations for trucks. And to ensure employees can access their jobs, it will include both bike trails and an additional bus stop for improved access to public transportation. The region's logistic needs are growing, and there's a little doubt this area will be developed at some point. I, for one, would like to see that development come from people we know, we trust, and who have a history for caring for the land and providing for the people. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Laura Schultz, and I work in San Bernardino County, in San Bernardino, nonetheless. I'm contacting you regarding the landing warehouse. I'm concerned about the process of community engagement behind this development. The community has, on more than one occasion, expressed their concerns about air pollution and job quality near the San Bernardino Airport, but it has not been heard. We do not need more trucks polluting our communities and warehouse bringing in low-paying, low-road employment. I urge the City Council not to pass this warehouse unless there are efforts to mitigate the harms of this project with solutions for clean air and good jobs. We need the project's environmental mitigation to improve the zero emissions that require the tenants to electrify their operations with 100% zero emission equipment like forklifts, dart goats, and trucks. The development must also include air filtration systems for communities who live miles away from the project. The city can ask for these systems in our communities. As far as the truck routes, the trucks are tearing up the roads in San Bernardino and neighboring cities. The city of San Bernardino and Highland to work on designing a low-impact truck route. Our communities feel the effects of air pollution every day from trucks. We don't need another warehouse that hires people from communities outside San Bernardino and airport communities. This warehouse should not pass if there's no local hire attached to it. The infrastructure investment should require labor provisions that will provide good paying jobs with benefits and permanent jobs, full time. We cannot continue to build warehouses with no guarantee that jobs will provide a livable wage. A livable wage, full time, truck mitigation, zero emissions, these are all things that the community has asked for and the City Council has not heard. Thank you for the opportunity to speak regarding this warehouse.
Hello, my name is David Friedman. I'm calling to speak on item 11 for tonight's City Council meeting. As an alumni of Cal State San Bernardino, I remember the first time that San Manuel impacted my life in a positive way. I applied for and was appointed to be a student board member of the Santos Manuel Student Union. San Manuel's generous donation has given Cal State San Bernardino students decades of improved learning experiences and opportunities. Recently, my business, Viva La Boba, was chosen to receive a $20,000 grant from San Manuel, along with 49 others, as a small business relief due to COVID. San Manuel has had a huge hand in my success, and at large, this community's success. I want to thank and give my appreciation to the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. Regarding item 11, I think the city needs to further consider the environmental ramifications of approving such a development. I want to start by saying that I do think the highest and best use of this land is likely a warehouse due to its proximity to the airport. But warehouses aren't necessarily what is best for the community. Your historical values align yourselves as stewards of the land and its inhabitants. We would humbly ask that you take those same values and apply them to this project. I understand that you will build this to LEED standards and that you will be improving the curb appeal by preserving some historical artifacts. I ask that you go one step further. Create the standard of development that the community deserves. One idea could be that you outfit the warehouse for future electric trucks. Require any fleet cars to be electric and offer electric charging to employees. Require that the building meet net zero energy with ample use of solar panels. Sign a CBA with Teamsters 1932 so that the project can truly set the standard for future development in San Bernardino. You've always led this valley with dignity, and I know in the end you'll do what is best for the community. Thank you.
Hi, this is Victoria Seitz, resident of San Bernardino, 476 Fairmont Drive, and I'm leaving a comment regarding Project 11 for the San Manuel landing. And this landing would be very, very beneficial to San Bernardino. One, San Manuel has given a lot to this town, and this project would bring jobs from part-time to full-time with long-term growth opportunities and versatility in a booming industry defined by innovation and technological breakthroughs. They'll bring in, most importantly, $1 million in property taxes and $6 million in direct financial impact to the city that we desperately need. It'll have a bus stop. It'll be visually appealing. It'll help our city look better. And it's built according to Cal Green certification and LEED specs. So it will help it'll be sustainable and not affect the environment. And so I think that this would be an excellent project, and it should go through for Project 11 for the San Manuel Landing. Thank you. This is for open session.
Hank Mitchell, 5th and 6th Ward, March 17th, Council Public Comments, Open Session, Agenda Item 2. What in tarnation is going on at City Hall with tradition and respect to full ward representation by constituents? February Council meeting, Reynosa places a newcomer, Peden, from Rialto, who lives in the 7th Ward, according to Reynosa, to represent us in the 5th Ward as a 5th Ward Commissioner. Today, Calvin is placing at least 2 people from outside Ward 6 to represent our 6th Ward. One from Ward 3, the other from Ward 7, as I was told by Reynosa. I live in the 5th, have an office in the 6th Ward, and I find this an insult to those who voted for those 2 council persons into office and the businesses who hope for better representation. Does Reynosa and Calvin think there's no one smart enough in their wards to be qualified to represent their own wards? Do Calvin and Reynosa have an axe to grind with their own constituents? In my opinion, the 5th and 6th wards are being stacked with insults to our wards. My opinions also sense at some radical politicking, and it makes the idea of equal representation by ward system to be null and void. Either the wards are represented equally and directly by the ward constituents, or we rid of the ward system. Newcomers or recent returning persons to the city of Purdue being given highly influential commissioner positions over qualified residents who live in those wards is not conducive to bringing history and current local knowledge to the dais. The way you vote tonight can turn 200 years of incorporated city of Purdue upside down, and respect for the dais be reduced, at least by myself, to 0. Your call on the demise of the ward system, and as we have known it for so long. By the way, I'll respect your titles when you respect the residents. Good night.
Good evening. This is for open session meeting public hearing item number 11. My name is David Hahn. I am the Executive Director of Habitat for Humanity San Bernardino area for the past 3.5 years. I'd like to say a few words about the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians and our relationship with them currently and years before I have been in this role. San Manuel Band of Mission Indians has been both a good business partner and a good neighbor of Habitat for Humanity for a number of years. They continue to support our first-time homebuyer program for low-income families, as well as our exterior home repairs program throughout the greater San Bernardino area. I have never been shown a reason to doubt their commitment to improve our local communities. By supporting our programs for low-income homeowners and future homeowners within our serving area, I have experienced just the opposite. I appreciate their support over the years, and I look forward to continuing this partnership in serving the communities of the greater San Bernardino area. Thank you.
Hi, this is Victor Velasco. I'm calling for the open session on agenda item number 11. Now, I did a little bit of research into the San Manuel tribe, and one of the things that strikes me is that the San Manuel tribe, they gave 50 businesses $20,000 each in February, and they've recently given a $14 million contribution to Claremont Graduate University for facilities focusing on health and well-being. And they've also donated $9 million to UNLV Hospitality and Law Schools to further education towards tribal gaming operations and law. And they generate 3,200 jobs from for people from San Bernardino County, and that's 4,200 jobs in total. And they're among the top 10 employers of our area, and they have invested $393 million in neighboring local businesses. And as you know, they are currently building a 4,000-seat venue resort with a 2,200 vehicle parking structure that will have it'll have spas, restaurants, and retail. That will also further generate jobs for the area. So, the tribe has proven time and time again that they not only generate income for the area, but they also are charitable, and they give donations to the area as well. Of course, the concern is, will this new warehouse bring about, more pollution? And now, personally, if I were to vote, if I were to be involved and have a vote for this, I would not be against it, because the money will be generated for profit within the Inland Empire, and that money will stay here. It's not like it's going to, some big CEO like Amazon. But I only ask that the tribe use some of the profits to finance solutions to our pollution crisis. But I am in favor of the construction of this warehouse. That's my answer. Is I am in favor of it. But I want to know what the tribe is doing, to solve, to help solve the crisis of pollution in this area. And that's about it. Thank you guys, and I hope you all have a wonderful meeting.
Hi, my name is Manny. This message is for the City Council, for the City Council meetings. Just wanted to tell you, my family has lived on the west side of the city for about 30 years now, so I kind of follow what's going down at City Hall. And it just bothers me that city council members get elected with an agenda. This current city council is no different. Your guys' plan right now is to take money from our police officers, and it's pretty obvious that that's what the agenda is right now. Around my neighborhood, you can't drive more than 2 blocks without having to swerve around a homeless person. And when my family calls because the homeless is, messing with themselves in front of my house, it's hard for police to show up because we don't have enough cops. And it's a little bit ridiculous. So unless you guys are planning on showing up to these calls yourself or dealing with these problems that our police officers are dealing with, then I suggest you guys think twice about defunding our police. We voted for Measure S. I voted for Measure S. My family voted for Measure S. My neighbors voted for Measure S. And that funding was supposed to go to police and other services in the community. So like I said, I live on the west side of the city in one of the roughest neighborhoods in this whole city. It feels like someone's getting killed every other day, and the city wants to do something to make it worse. That makes no sense to me. Absolutely no sense. We need more cops. We need to clean up the city. It seems like every day it turns into more of a ghetto than a city. It just keeps getting ghettoer. More homeless people, more trash everywhere. We need to stop with this defunding the police. It didn't work in other cities, and now they're begging for more police officers. And that seems like the route that this city is trying to take, and I don't agree with it. But that's my 2 cents. I hope it means something. Have a good day.
Hello, my name is Delio Sanchez. I live in Ward 4, and this is just a message for public comment, general message to the council. I voted for Measure S in the hopes that the city would enhance public safety, which meaning we need more officers to fight the obvious crimes that are in the city. And I feel tricked by the city council, as Councilmember Alexander and Reynoso have shown the beginning of their defund the police agenda by stripping nearly $82,000 from the police department budget. if this is the direct direction of certain council members and councilwomen, they should be resigned. They should resign. This is not right for an obvious town that needs its safety, especially with all the crimes going on in the city. We need quality candidates for the police to run the city. So with this problem, with being said, stripping and defunding the police department, new businesses are not going to want to come into our city if we can't make them safe. This city council can't seem to get along, and they're an embarrassment to the residents who live here. Thank you.
Hello, this is Commissioner Porter, speaking for items not on the agenda for open session. I'd like to say right on for getting that Carousel Mall project master plan working and going. I think that's a great move for San Bernardino. And good work on securing all these huge grants that have been coming in. I really am proud of our city. Grants and new projects are what we need, but not just for the Carousel Mall area. We need to start to grow our distribution and warehouse area around the San Bernardino International Airport. And I think the 3rd Street project, where they're going to build the warehouse, is an incredible idea, and it's a good spot for that to be placed versus in the middle of our city or something. So I think the San Manuel warehouse should be okayed. And I want you guys to keep in mind that although, there are some issues with pollution and things like that, a lot of those things will be remedied in the years to come as we move towards electric cars and things of that nature. Just imagine that your people had owned a whole valley at one time, and then it was taken away from you, literally by the barrel of a gun. And then you find the means within your people to be able to buy some of that land back that was stolen from you. And then, after people have been building all over their old land for years and years and years, with no one saying anything, out of nowhere, they say, you can't build that there, after all the other land has been built up on. That just doesn't make sense to me. San Manuel does so much for our community and all the surrounding communities and communities that are far, far away. They do a lot for everyone. And for them to build something that will provide jobs and access to the goods that we need, literally almost everything's going online to be bought. So that we need ways to distribute all this stuff and bring it into San Bernardino and the surrounding areas. So I say, please, okay that project. San Manuel deserves the respect, and they deserve a means besides just the casino to support themselves. So keep that in mind, and thank you, team, for all your hard work up there. I'm kind of really proud of the way the city is moving, and it's giving me hope. This is Robert Porter, 4th generation living in San Bernardino, and I love San Bernardino.
Mayor and City Council, my name is Tanya Johnson, longtime resident of the 6th Ward. This is item 3, 6th Ward appointments. This is very shameful that our representative for the 6th Ward, Kimberly Calvin, thinks so less of the residents of the 6th Ward Ms. Calvin represents, that she did not think the residents of the 6th Ward were smart enough, talented enough, or would even need a voice in their own ward, that Ms. Calvin had to go outside of the 6th Ward to appoint commissioners. 4 out of 5. Please explain. When you are the 6th Ward resident, born and raised, you say, if so, represent like you were. Voted in by the 6th Ward residents. As your dear friend Tim Prince would like to call people, don't be his puppet. I am asking City Council members to vote no and give Ms. Calvin time to look in the 6th Ward for representation on her commissioners. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Yvette Basinger. I'm the Executive Director for the American Red Cross serving San Bernardino County. I am calling for for the open session public hearing, item number 11, the San Manuel Landing project. And I would like to share with the council and the mayor and the citizens of San Bernardino a little bit about the American Red Cross and the partnership that we have had with the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. They have been a long-time partner of the Red Cross, supporting local disasters, blood drives, preparedness activities, education, and training for hundreds and thousands of citizens in the city of San Bernardino and throughout the county for more than 17 years. Last year, the Red Cross responded to over 240 single-family fires, with 49 of them right here in the city of San Bernardino. Because of community partners like San Manuel, we are able to provide hope to hundreds of families that need it most. Their commitment to make a difference in the everyday lives of its citizens here and around the country is immeasurable. We are so fortunate to have such a great neighbor like San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, and I cannot thank them enough for caring about their citizens that live in and around their reservation and the care that they have for their community and how they make giving back a priority. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to share my comments and to share a little bit about the partnership that we have had with San Manuel. Thank you again.
Hello, my name is Maureen Daniels, and I am with Community Hospital of San Bernardino. I'm calling in regards to item 11 in support of the San Manuel Landing project. We just want you to know that we at Community Hospital are in full support of this very exciting development, and wish you all the best of luck. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Murphy. I'm the Vice President of Philanthropy for Dignity Health Foundation Inland Empire and St. Bernardine Medical Center. I'm calling on item 11 to support the San Manuel Landing project. We at St. Bernardine Medical Center and Dignity Health are in full support of this development by the airport. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
My name is Alex Zamora. I'm calling for the open session, item 11. Thank you so much for allowing everyone the opportunity to leave comments in so many different ways. Again, my name is Alex, and I am a very proud member of LIUNA, the Labor's International Union of North America, and I am in full support of the landing project by San Manuel moving forward. We have seen over the years how vital these types of projects are for our community, especially with good, responsible developers who are willing to make sure so many different areas benefit. Several of these benefits include local hire for the construction of the building. This will help the workers spend less time off of the very dangerous roads commuting to other counties wherever there is opportunity for them to work. This will also allow them more time to spend with their families and be involved in their communities. Because of local hire, it will also allow the workers to put the money that they earn directly back into the communities that they live in. Also, one last thing about local hire. We see workers that have a lot more pride and attention to detail with being involved in the building of something so close to their home. These are just a few simple benefits that a lot of us take for granted every single day that improve the quality of people's lives and are so important for their mental health. Again, I am in full support of the landing project moving forward, and I hope we can start building something beautiful for the residents of San Bernardino very soon. Thank you so much for the time. Please stay safe, and God bless everybody. Thank you.
Hi, yes, my name is Mrs. Bell. I live in the city of San Bernardino, and I'm calling to leave a public comment regarding agenda item number 11, the warehouse proposed off of Del Rosa given to San Manuel. I'm calling in opposition of this agenda item. Currently, San Bernardino has a lot of warehouses, and the Inland Empire specifically has over 1,200 warehouses, and we see up to 2,500 trips for trucks every day, which is polluting our air for our city and the quality of activities that our kids can do, like outdoor activities, due to the poor air quality. I am, instead of requesting this approval, I'm requesting not to approve this item and instead look into other options to use that space, such as another park, a recreation center, a mall, something else that would attract more people to our city to spend their dollars instead of another warehouse that's dedicated to businesses. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aaron. This is for an open session, and my comment is to address the situation going on 9th Street and Tippecanoe. There's an open land, and people are now tenting in it, also on Tippecanoe and Baseline. People are starting to park their RVs and boats right there to live, and that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ellen Reese, and I work near the San Bernardino area, and I'm contacting you regarding the Landing warehouse. I'm concerned about this project in its current form. I don't think it does enough to ensure that the project protects clean air and provides good jobs for our residents. In particular, I think more needs to be done to mitigate the harm to the community, such as making sure there's air filtration systems in the people who live in the surrounding area of the project. More could be done to, regulate the truck routes, electrify operations, and also to ensure that the jobs created pay living wages, provide good benefits. We don't need more poverty level wages in our community. Our community has had enough of those kinds of jobs, and we need to do more to make sure that projects like the Landing create good jobs for our residents. Thanks so much for listening. Bye-bye.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Paul Sanborn here. I first want to give kudos to the police department for catching those guys with the catalytic converters. Boy, that's a big plus. Anyhow, the real thing that I'm calling about tonight is if everybody's seen that explosion in Ontario, we've got some lowlife up here at the north end of San Bernardino that every day and every other day, depending on how he feels, I guess, is firing off those fireworks like that. It would be obvious that he's got a garage full of these things. He's been doing it for the last year, probably a year and a half. And I wish somebody, some neighbor would be brave enough that knows who it is, would turn him in before we have what happened in Ontario happen here and somebody die. Have a good day.
Open session, agenda item 11. Thank you, City of San Bernardino Mayor and staff for your hard work during this COVID pandemic. My name is Richard Lasario, a member of Labor's International Union of North America. I am speaking in favor of staff recommendations to approve the resolution for the landings by San Manuel. Let's start to move forward with this project to bring work for our community. Thank you and have a great meeting.
Keith Wisniewski, 7th Ward residents. Good evening, Council and John. You don't deserve to be called Mayor, so that's why I'm calling you John. And Councilmember Kelvin, I approve your nomination of Dr. Treasure Ortiz to help you clean up this city, since most of the other council members don't want to do nothing. I want to see John, our not mayor, resign since he got busted from the courts the other day. I'm glad that justice is finally going to be served. Now it's time for the feds and district attorney to get involved. And you council members, if you want to follow his track, I can't support you, and I won't. And if you want to continue your political career, you better get out of there. Don't follow John. He will take you down with him. And I hope he does not take credit for this redevelopment downtown San Bernardino, because he hasn't done nothing. We know he's going to try to take in charge of it, but don't let him. And Section 308, Shrek, you're full of shit. We can take him out. You can take him out. That's just your way of saying you can't. But technically you can't. You better read the charter again. Have a good evening, and God bless everybody, except John.
Hello, my name is Yvette Ramirez. I am calling for the open session for agenda item number 11 for the warehouse. I'm calling to ask the council to not approve this development because we just have way too many warehouses. I'm asking for the council to consider the fact that we need to diversify our job market here. We cannot only have warehouses creating the new jobs in our community, because honestly, warehouse jobs are not sustainable long term. These warehouse jobs are not going to give our communities the social and economic capital that they need to thrive, to buy homes, to raise families in our neighborhoods. And also, we already have too many warehouses, way too many warehouses that are just here empty, waiting to be bought up. You guys are inviting these corporations to come in and take these warehouses and just pollute our communities. We are tired of the pollution. Every year, the health or the air pollution index gets worse. Aren't you guys considering that? Do you not care about the long-term effects on our communities?
Yeah, hi there. My name is Chance, and I live in the 4th Ward. And the reason I'm reaching out today to leave a message for open session, this message is for open session, is in regards to the Landing Warehouse project, the one being backed, I believe, by the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. You see, I'm all for good deals in our city. I'm all for economic development in our city. But I just, as a longtime resident here who grew up in this city, I feel that there are just too many warehouses being built. Now, I have no problem with just warehouses, right? That's not a big deal. It's storage. It's great. But, we're talking places like Amazon. We're talking about big shipping locations. And what do you get with big shipping locations? You're getting trucks coming in and out all day, every day, 24/7, 365 days a year. Trucks pumping carbon dioxide into our air. And we live in a valley. All right, now the Inland Empire already deals with just terrible pollution issues. You got lots of kids with asthma. You got all sorts of issues. Older folks getting lung cancer. It's not right, because you're not. What's really not fair is you're not getting these warehouses over in the nice parts of Redlands. You see, you're not getting these warehouses over in Rancho Cucamonga. Of course, they want to put it here in San Bernardino, because you've got a lot more economically disadvantaged folks here in our city. All right, now I just don't think that's fair. I don't think it's fair to our future generations who are going to be growing up with weird lung issues. I think we need a warehouse moratorium to figure out, what the hell is going on with all these warehouses, and to pursue, to look for solutions regarding clean air, regarding good jobs, other ways to stimulate the economy of our great cities. I just urge you not to pass this Landing Warehouse. Do not let it happen. We need to stall it for now. And I think we need to look into alternative solutions. Is there something else the San Manuel tribal government can do? Because I think they share our values. They're a great community, and they share love for this city. And I just want the best for San Bernardino. So please consider a warehouse moratorium. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ann Kaneko, and I am calling regarding open session agenda item number 11. I teach in the Inland Empire at the Claremont Colleges and have been working with warehouse workers in the San Bernardino area. I'm really contacting you regarding the landing warehouse. I'm concerned that the process regarding this warehouse has not involved community engagement that has, been going on behind this development. I believe that, the community has really expressed their concerns about air pollution and job quality in the San Bernardino Airport area, and it has not been heard. We do not need more trucks polluting this community and warehouses bringing in low road employment and, without really involving the community in a discussion about how it can better our community. I urge the City Council not to pass this warehouse unless there are efforts to really mitigate the harms that this project can have and really work towards finding solutions for clean air and good jobs. We need this project's environmental mitigation to really improve the air quality and look at air filtration and the truck routes that are going through this area. It's going to really create huge impacts of truck routes and create more air pollution for this area, which was only exacerbated by climate change because of the extreme heat. We also don't need another warehouse that hires people in the area that does not pay them enough of a living wage and causes them health problems. All of these things have become really, really evident and exacerbated during this COVID crisis. So we really hope that you, take this into consideration and do not pass this warehouse now. More consultation with the community needs to happen. Thank you.
This calls for Hardy Brown. Hardy Brown says, I want to thank Councilmember Calvin for responding to WAG's posting of the city agenda to the public. We've been posting it for the past 2 years as a service to our members and the public. Thanks also, Councilmember Calvin, for identifying those items of importance to you and the West Side residents. Item 10, which you highlighted, is the Northwest Project area, which came about from a lawsuit because the West Side residents had been paying taxes with no development or redevelopment benefits in the black community. The lawsuit required the citizens of the West Side Ward 6 to be elected to a board. This board of elected citizens was to assist the city on how to spend the money raised from the taxes in the ward. You put a call out for action for CDBG dollars. You put Langendorf Bakery property and Caltrans property on the corner of 20th and State Street and Fire Station on Medical Center Drive. These are good issues of great need. While I put them on my agenda, I will add the lack of African Americans on the city management staff and especially the police department, coupled with where they live. I noticed you left out of the agenda the concerns that the 5 people you're recommending to serve on the commissions and boards, with only 1 living in the 6th Ward that you say you love. To deny the citizens of the 6th Ward the right to have their voices heard on these important boards and commissions is a slap in the face to those of us who live here. We have expanded the ward system that went from 5 to 7 members because 60 years ago there were no blacks on the city council or commissions or boards. Since then, there has been a tradition that these appointments would go from the ward of the elected council members. These positions would also serve as training ground for future council members if they sought the office, and only 1 is black that you are appointing, and she does not live in the ward. Now you're saying to me you do not know anyone in your ward to fill these positions, or you have outside people telling you whom to appoint. If you have outside influence, I want to know with whom. If you don't know people in the ward, why not? The 6th Ward has 31,000 people under your leadership, and blacks make up 16.6% and Hispanics close to 70%. You could only find one to appoint? I cannot support your recommendation, and I urge your colleagues to vote no on your recommendations for boards and commissions. Thank you. Hardy Brown.
Mayor Valdivia and City Council members, this is Cheryl Brown, former Assembly member and resident of San Bernardino 6th Ward for the past 62 years. People who don't know their past are bound to repeat the mistakes of the past. So that's so true of what's happening in the city of San Bernardino. Back before the 60s, San Bernardino was governed by 5 white council members who lived in mostly the same northeast community. They were elected at large. The NAACP, Arthur Townsend, Reverend William Jacks, and other leaders who didn't work for the federal government came together to say enough is enough. They started raising the question of why there was no representation by the citizens in the black and brown community. The result was the expansion of the ward system, adding 2 wards, with each council member having ward appointment powers. It gave the citizens some say in governing the city. Jeff Ayers, Mexican-American, and Norris Gregory, black, became the council members. They, in turn, appointed people in their own ward, and it's been that way since the ward system was put in place over 70 years ago. But now the city council has changed the practice, and people of the ward do not have a say in governing their own community. Taxation with representation has history in our country. That brings me to now. Citizens can't even speak during a public hearing item. Earlier this year, the city opened a public hearing to address the charter change allowing landowners who don't live in the city to be appointed to the Downtown Specific Plan Committee. There was no way for me to comment after the public hearing was opened and closed. We have a city that's run by people who work here but live in other communities, and now the citizens do not have rights. A public hearing is opened on a specific item, and it's not the same as public comment. In checking with the Brown Act, the First Amendment Coalition said technically the city council can do what you're doing, but it's bad practice from transparency perspective. The city needs to encourage citizens to participate, not thwart them. That's why if you don't know your history, you're bound to repeat the mistakes of the past. Thank you, Cheryl Brown, a citizen of San Bernardino's 6th Ward. Thank you.
Hi, this is Mike Burrows, Chief Executive Officer at the Inland Valley Development Agency. I'd like to leave a recorded comment regarding item number 11 on open session. The Inland Valley Development Agency is a regional joint powers authority formed in 1990 to help ameliorate the devastating impacts caused by the closure of Norton Air Force Base. The landing by San Manuel is a project which has actually grown out of some of the original base reuse planning work done early on in the process when the United States Air Force was transitioning and was midway through the 1990s at that point. As such, the majority of this project falls within former Norton Air Force Base lands and has been included in the IVDA specific plan consistently since 1996. Born out of military base closure over the years, the IVDA has enjoyed a successful intergovernmental partnership with the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, having partnered on numerous regional project and grant programs. So on behalf of the IVDA, we commend San Manuel on their continued diversification efforts as well as the work they continue to do in the community, and wish them great success on these and future projects.
This is Harry Hatch speaking to the council on an item not on calendar. Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking to you today on fireworks. As we can see in the news, what I had been talking about for the last 3 years has occurred. Fortunately, it has not occurred in the city of San Bernardino, but in the city of Ontario. a large cache of fireworks exploded, killing 2, damaging 4 or 5, 6 homes, and spreading the debris over 80 different properties. They're in the process of cleaning this up now. We have had fires in the last 3 years that have been started by fireworks. I have one on tape that was started just last year up in the Wash. Both the Panorama fire and the old fire both have been started by pyrotechnics. How long do we have to wait for someone to just even look at the proposed changes in the city ordinance that I have provided you on 3 separate occasions to allow our police department and fire department to actually be able to enforce the fireworks ordinances in our city? You have increased the fines, but you still haven't given them the tools to obtain the fines. I cite you a section of the California Government Code, Section 1222. Every willful omission to perform any duty enjoined by law upon a public officer or person holding any public trust or employment where no special provision has been made for the punishment of such delinquency is punishable as a misdemeanor. It's a government code section which says if you omit doing something, you are guilty of a crime. Please, counsel, look at the fireworks ordinance. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name's Alicia Aguayo, and I've been a San Bernardino resident for 24 years now, and I'm calling to leave a message on agenda item 11 for the open session. And I'm just wanting to emphasize how we already have a lot of bad air quality in our city, and there's been a lot of warehouse expansion, and we need to make sure that if it continues, like, the community needs to be included, and we need to prioritize things like zero emissions and, like, really ensuring that we're looking at protecting our health and people who are vulnerable, like those of us who have asthma and a lot of other health issues as a result of things like this warehouse expansion issue in the IE. And it's important that we also really provide livable wages and hire locally. So yeah, I just want to emphasize that, and that is all. Thank you.
Hi, hello, my name is Jorge Valderedia. I am a resident of San Bernardino. I live just off of Tippecanoe, right at the border of San Bernardino and Highland. I'm calling to speak on the proposed warehouse that is happening right next to the Amazon Air Depot. I've seen the San Manuel tribe do a lot of good things in the city, but I do not believe that this proposed warehouse is a good idea. The community where I live is disappearing due to all the warehouses that are being built up right next to houses, next to where we live, and it doesn't make sense to build more houses. Our communities are disappearing. To really consider and take into account the voices of the people who live there. I am one of those people, and our living area is not adequate. We are being overtaken by the warehouses, and this is just another warehouse that is in helping with that effort. Please, I would really consider. I want you to please do not move forward with this warehouse. We have too many warehouses as it is in our area. We need basic things like sidewalks in our neighborhood, and the condition of the roads are terrible. And so another warehouse is just making our communities disappear. Please reconsider. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes, my name is Randolph Riley. My agenda is for item number 10. I would like to make a complaint pertaining to the bakery at 2100 block of Medical Center Drive at 21st Street. The ungodly, blighted equipment at this location and everything. I have been by there several times to ask and speak to the manager, the supervisor of the place and everything, and each time I was not able to talk to anyone. All of this blighted area is creating rats and what have you, plus other animals throughout this area. And
Yes, Paige Miller. This is for open session regarding 2 future agenda items. Number 1, fireworks, especially after yesterday in Ontario, to consider banning all fireworks. Last July 4th was a war zone in all the wards and started many months before and actually continued into this year. This is not a police or fire issue. This is a community and political leadership issue. How much bad behavior and illegal activities are you willing to allow? Leave the fireworks to the professionals. Anyone who works in nonprofit knows there are many other ways to fundraise. And number 2, the homeless issue. The majority of community members have compassion, and we support and donate to those who need a hand up. Unfortunately, the problem has gotten much worse and now includes many on the street due to the early release from prison. Taking money from the federal government or the grant money and just throwing it at overinflated housing projects is not acceptable. It's not working. It is time for the victims of crime, for the small business owners, the taxpayers, and the community members in all wards to be entitled to their rights. Something that is never addressed by political leadership. What do you do with homeless or transients who do not want to improve their conditions? They want free food, the free phones on Highland Avenue, the right to go to the bathroom all in the streets, in the parks, leave their trash and fire, and sometimes needles behind. Laws and rules in community do not apply to them. We need to stop dumping these issues solely on the police and fire, because fireworks and homelessness are community and political leadership issues. How much should your constituents have to tolerate? These 2 items need thoughtful consideration and to be on future agendas. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. This is the public comment for Treasurer Ortiz for tonight's open session. I have 2 items that I want to speak on. The first is the warehouse project that's been proposed, the 1 million square feet. And I ask that you please hold off on making any determinations on this project. I get that it is being proposed by San Manuel, but if you take that portion, you take out who's behind it out of account, I think it speaks to the greater issue of what is it that we want for the future of the city of San Bernardino. Are we looking to build more warehouses in our city? And if so, what is the plan around that? You know, our airport has been designated for cargo, but there has also been talks about bringing in commercial flights, Air Mexico, maybe we could do Southwest JetBlue and look at more of an option like Ontario Airport. And so as we're developing our general plan, this is a great opportunity for us to discuss what not only phase 1 is, but phase 2 and phase 3, and the environmental impact behind all of it. I just saw online earlier today that Assemblywoman Eloise Reyes has proposed a bill in the State Assembly for the type of allocation of space that warehouses can build and be in cities. And that's something we need to talk about. Just pushing in another warehouse into our city. I live in the south area of San Bernardino. They're everywhere. They're unoccupied. The ones that are, there's nothing but tons and tons of trucks that run up and down the roads and tear them up. And there's no impact fees that help repair the infrastructure in our city. So I get it. San Manuel does wonderful and great things for our community, and it's always appreciated. But outside of the name of the people trying to bring it, this is just another warehouse that we need to take into greater consideration for the future. I'm also asking that you make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted on the tow contracts. We spent $1.3 million last year in a settlement agreement because we've watched shady things go down, lack of inspections being completed, lack of regulation on top of the existing tow companies. We've seen claims that the mayor was taking cash in midnight deals from tow truck drivers. They're $25,000 in contributions for the tow truck companies into our mayor and thousands into council members. So please do your due diligence with this. We cannot afford any more lawsuits because of corruption and pay-to-play politics in our city. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Arturo, resident here at San Bernardino. I'm calling to speak on agenda item 11, San Manuel, the landing warehouse. I'm calling just, to raise some concerns about the warehouse, obviously, that they're trying to make. I think we have enough warehouses in the area already. I do know that they're trying to make it the first green warehouse, which would be kind of too late for that. That should have been done with all the other warehouses. And I do know that they're also a big partner of the city. But I think for now we have enough warehouses. And we all know that the mayor, the FAA, and the airport authority do a clown job of trying to approve things and do a mediocre job of doing everything how it's supposed to be done. And when it comes to like environmental reports, environmental impact reports, and all the trucks and pollution that we're going to get on top of everything we already have, I don't think we should have another warehouse. But it is what it is. And I hope that we don't get another one of these warehouses, because we know that Amazon and Valdivia just love pumping pollution into our lungs. But I really hope that you guys oppose this. And yeah, thank you.
Hello, my name is Felicia, and I'm a resident of San Bernardino. I'm calling regarding the San Manuel landing that's on the agenda today. The San Manuel Band of Mission Indians cares about San Bernardino. The tribe has consistently done what's best for our community. Their project, San Manuel Landing, is one of our city's best opportunities for creating jobs and bringing economic development at the time when we need it most. San Manuel Landing has my vote. So, General Counsel, please vote yes and give our city a brighter future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leticia Garcia. I'm calling for open session. And I just want to leave a couple of comments. One, I want to just talk about the appointments on the commissioners. I'm happy to see that we're getting some qualified commissioners this evening. I just want to say to the people who are questioning why we are having individuals from all over the city for ward commissions is because that's what the charter says. And the charter is the constitution of the city. It's the law for the city. And the charter says that the people who are going to boards and commissions shall be residents, voting residents of the city of San Bernardino, period. It does not require you to live in the ward, and the decisions and things that are discussed on the commission are actually citywide issues. So I don't see the problem or issue with that at all. Secondly, I just want to say that I have strong concerns over the landing project with the big warehouse built by San Manuel Indians. I think that we need to first get our general plan in order, and we need to determine where and how we will be allowing future warehouses to go up, because right now we have we're being choked out in San Bernardino by all these warehouses. The traffic congestion has increased considerably in parts where these warehouses have been built. And I think that we really need to have a vision for the entire city before we continue putting more warehouses in. I would ask you to reconsider this at a later date after we have some kind of conversations about our general plan and our air quality and things like that. So those are my comments. Thank you. Good night.
Hi, this is for open session number 11, the San Manuel's Landing Project. My name is Christian Flores, and I'm a community member of San Bernardino Generation Now and the Inland Empire Mutualistas. So again, this is in regards to San Manuel's Landing Project. Though I believe Native American tribes and communities have been so screwed over by our government historically that they should be able to do what they want on their property, I still have mixed feelings as a community member. I support the idea of a San Bernardino citywide warehouse moratorium because I believe no more warehouses should be built without adequate community involvement and a framework that leads to local jobs, clean air emissions technology, and community benefits funding that can help give us a fighting chance of improving our terrible air quality at the bare minimum. Development should not happen in the city without community benefits agreements, and get used to hearing it because a future without them speaks to the equivalent of our people and our children being disposable. I have not been able to trust the city to do the bare minimum for our community's health and well-being for so long. Generations of my own nieces and nephews are growing up here with declining air quality, some already dealing with respiratory issues, without taking into account the increased risk of cancer and additional respiratory diseases. Frankly, this is unacceptable. If we aren't actively challenging ourselves and striving to make things better for our current community, we are allowing things to get worse. And that shouldn't be an option for us. I call on you to not only be leaders, but champions for our community that really fight for us. Otherwise, you've lost us by continuing to slowly but surely kill us. That's all I have to say.
Hi, my name is Douglas Cowie. I own a property north side, 3rd and Victoria. I'm all in favor of more warehouses. However, since the pandemic and new neighbors, you guys sure seem to decide to do things in a hurry without first getting all the environmental reports. That's all my concerns are. Thank you. It's for the San Manuel warehouse. Tell them to give me a call, San Manuel.
Good evening. My name is Amy Vasquez. I'm calling in regards to the open session agenda item number 11. I would hope that our council members will vote against it. We do not need another warehouse, especially around the airport that's going to be polluting our air even more. Instead, I would suggest that we get the conversation rolling on a moratorium on warehousing within San Bernardino. We have a lot of great things happening, and adding warehousing, increasing the warehousing around our community is not the way to go. Thank you.
Hi there, this comment is for public comment number 11, the Landing Project. My name is Andrea Vidaurre. I'm with an organization called the People's Collective for Environmental Justice. We're a community collective aimed at improving our quality of life throughout the Inland Empire and in San Bernardino. I'm calling because we have major concerns about the Landing Project that you are all considering for today. As you might be aware, the Empire, and specifically San Bernardino, has been dominated by the logistics industry over the past couple of years. It's taken away massive swaths of open land, replacing big box retailers that attract thousands of trucks per day into and out of this community. For the past 2 years, we've brought forward our concerns about the build-out of the San Bernardino International Airport and all new development that brings in ozone pollution, because they're experiencing extremely high levels of ozone pollution and diesel particulate matter. Families growing up in these communities have a higher rate of asthma, lower birth weights, and every day are at risk to a stunted quality of life. We're not in a place to keep adding to the problem. We need to be addressing the problem. We believe that the concerns that have been flagged by many in the community about continued development that brings in pollution isn't being heard, and that the call for quality living wage jobs is falling on deaf ears. We don't believe it has to be this way. Warehousing and logistics without guarantees of environmental mitigation and quality jobs will just give us what we see left and right throughout San Bernardino, which is terrible air quality, real health consequences, and incomes that don't allow for families to thrive, buy homes, invest locally, or support the city. We understand that this project can be improved and implore that the project must be improved for it to move forward. We must address the existing issues we have before adding to the problem. We really do wish to communicate to the San Manuel Band of Indians that we admire the work that they have done in the community and wish to keep sharing these grave concerns with them. And we ask the City Council to not pass this warehouse unless there are efforts to mitigate the harms of this project and have solutions for clean air and good jobs. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sabina Walbert. I am a resident of the 7th Ward, and I'm calling in regards to the open session for today, agenda item number 11. I want to say that I am definitely in support of Councilman Reynoso's warehouse moratorium, and I believe that San Bernardino does not need to continue to be the beaten and wary backbone of the logistics and e-commerce industries. The citizens of San Bernardino deserve better. I deserve better. Future residents deserve better. The warehouse industry, the e-commerce, the logistics industry has boomed ever since the Great Recession of 2008. I've done my research, and obviously in 2008, that's when local governments turned to certain solutions to help the economic well-being of their municipalities. But how much help has it actually been if warehousing jobs are talked about in the sense of starvation wages, in the sense of, we've had these warehousing jobs coming in since 2008, and people are still poor. People of San Bernardino are still poor. They're still in need. And so we deserve better. The residents of San Bernardino can do so much more. They have all this potential, and the city, they deserve a city that acknowledges that potential, makes space for that potential, and invests in their potential. Please support Councilman Reynoso's warehouse moratorium. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Bernard. I'm calling regarding item number 11, the landing warehouse, the 1 million square feet of warehouse. I'm not down. It would be really cool to have a city that cares about the quality of air their community is breathing. Also, I wanted to comment on Valdivia saying that the First Ward is disgusting. Come on, man. Like, what are you saying about the city you're the mayor for? That's so rude and disrespectful. I haven't seen an apology. I haven't heard an apology. I would like one as a resident of the First Ward, because that wasn't cool. Also, I really just want you guys to focus on what the community wants or what the community needs, which is quality air, and this warehouse development would not be that. I think, we need a bit better, a bit more quality careers in the area. I think a community benefits agreement should be developed. And I think Valdivia should resign. That would be really cool because he thinks the First Ward is disgusting. I don't know. Weird. A whole concept. Keep doing you, Kimberly Calvin. Ben Reynoso. I appreciate you too. Thank you so much for being y'all. Ted, I really want you to just represent your community. I hate seeing you on a couch in a T-shirt with a raggedy shirt. It's so upsetting. Do better. We need you to do better. Yeah. Thoughts on these comments?
Hi, my name is Yasi Kawazada, and I'm with the National Campaign of the Sierra Club of My Generation. And we work on the electrification of buildings, transportation, and infrastructure for the greater San Bernardino Riverside region. And I'm calling regarding the landing project. We submitted comments on the final environmental impact report. And according to the California Air Resources Board comments and our colleagues at Earth Justice, we believe that this project does not do enough to mitigate the harm of air pollution on site in a community that's already burdened by an airport and several logistics industries in San Bernardino. I'd like to propose that this project need more mitigation, and we oppose this project until that mitigation is met. We've been in contact with many of your city council on matters regarding the nearby Eastgate Airport Logistics Center, and we're hoping that the city can move in the right direction and look at ways to mitigate the cost of air pollution in our community. So please oppose this project unless there's mitigations or a community benefit type of agreement that comes with it. We appreciate all the impacts and economic contributions that the San Manuel Tribe of Indian Nations has in San Bernardino, and we look forward to working with them on bridging resources like access to the outdoors and infrastructure that's sustainable for our communities. But this project is not one of those things that will be. So we encourage the City Council and the tribe to look at further mitigations on this project. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Marvin Norman. I'm calling as a city resident, also on behalf of the Inland Empire Biking Alliance, and as a member of the Technical Advisory Committee for the Active Transportation Plan the city has put together. I'm calling in opposition to item number 11 on the for the public hearing on the open session meeting this evening, because as presented and as planned, this project goes against the city's own general plan and the planned bike path and pedestrian path that has been planned to follow the creek that is right by the property. This is especially concerning to see as a member of the TAC for the Active Transportation Plan, because if the city won't follow its own plans that already exist, why is my organization and myself wasting time helping the city create a plan when they won't follow the plans that exist? So it really is disappointing to see that the city is moving forward with this project without addressing the issues we raised in several letters already to the Planning Commission and to the Planning Department on this issue. This is a CEQA violation because CEQA requires that you replace the parkland that is being removed and for planned bike and pedestrian facilities, and that has not been done. The bike lanes that currently exist on 3rd Street are not the same at all the same as a path or a bike trail, which is what is planned. And so the city, by moving forward with this plan, opens themselves up to removing that, permanently removing the potential for that to be built. And we do not believe that is acceptable to the biking community or to the community at large who would be able to use that facility to get to work. So once again, I'm strongly urging the council to reject this plan until that situation is fixed, because as it currently exists, this is not what is planned, and it is a travesty and a shame that the city would move forward without addressing those issues to the satisfactorily. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maribel Nunez with Inland Equity Partnership, and this is a public comment for today's San Bernardino City Council open session for March 27th. And I want to speak about item number 3 and then item number 19. Item 3, I am in support of Daniel Peden to be appointed in the General Plan Commission. So thank you so much, and hopefully you count on his appointment. Got a long history on policy of social justice, being from the community here in San Bernardino County, and knows our community. So he will definitely know how to not only be aware about the issues, but aware about how to engage with the community or understand the community of San Bernardino City. Thank you so much. And then the second item is item 19, the general plan. I did have a thank you so much for creating the futuresb2050.com website. Looks overall good. I signed up to get in the mailing list, but still, I'm still not seeing when is the housing element consulting going to get hired. There's still no workshop, or even in the website, don't know when is the next housing element community workshop or study session to participate. So just wanted to inquire about that. And then I did see that there's a survey, and that's great, but we do need to have a specific housing element survey, because if we have a general plan kind of survey, the housing piece of it will get diluted. So I recommend, if you see some of the things that Riverside did, they created their own survey, English and Spanish, interactive map to give community input about the housing element. And yeah, so anyway, great start, but we need to know when is the upcoming housing element workshop so that the community engages, because if we wait later to hire the consultant and do the workshop, less opportunities to review before, during, or after the housing element plan. Thank you so much for your time. Bye-bye.
Good evening. My name is Daisy Lopez, and I'm calling in for open session agenda item number 11. I'm a community organizer with the Warehouse Worker Resource Center. We support and work with warehouse workers in San Bernardino and Riverside counties. I am concerned about the process of community engagement behind this development that's being proposed by San Manuel. I believe that the community has expressed their concerns more than once about air pollution and job quality near the San Bernardino airport, but we have not been heard. We do not need more trucks polluting our communities and more warehouses coming in that don't offer good quality, sustainable jobs that allow opportunities for our community to prosper. I urge the City Council not to pass the landing project unless there are efforts to mitigate the harms of this project with solutions for clean air and good jobs, focusing on local hire, living wages, and safe working conditions. Thank you.
I'm calling for the closed session meeting, and I'm calling today because I've been growing increasingly worried about the state of the neighborhood that I live in, and I've been a homeowner in the 7th and the 6th ward for quite a while now, and ever since Kimberly Calvin got elected, it seems to me that nothing has been getting done. The roads have so many potholes in them; they don't get fixed. There's graffiti everywhere. The crime rates have been spiraling out of control, and it's a real shame that nothing has been getting done. And it's just frustrating that I live in the city and I pay my taxes in the city, and the roads nearly break my rims when I'm driving. So I guess something needs to get done.
That concludes public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to recognize the American Red Cross in the city of San Bernardino. Mr. Alexander, I'll get to you in just a moment, sir. Let me finish this. This is a proclamation of the Mayor and City Council recognizing and celebrating March 2021 as American Red Cross Month. Whereas March is American Red Cross Month, a special time to honor the kindness of our neighbors who aid families in need every day in the city of San Bernardino, as well as across the United States and around the world. Their dedication touches millions of lives each year as they carry out the organization's 140-year mission of preventing and alleviating suffering. And whereas during the trying times of the coronavirus pandemic, people have stepped up to help others in need, whether it was responding to this year's record-breaking disasters across the country or rolling up their sleeves to give blood when our country faced a severe blood shortage. Whereas Red Cross volunteers have supported local families in other ways also, assisting service members and their families, providing free smoke alarms and vital fire safety information to community members to help prevent home fire deaths and injuries, and offering life-saving CPR and safety training, and so much more. And whereas this life-saving work is vital to strengthening our community's resilience, with nearly 200 years since the birth of the American Red Cross founder Clara Barton, we dedicate this month of March to all those who continue to advance her noble legacy, and we ask others in our community to join in their commitment to care for people in need. Now, therefore, as Mayor of the City of San Bernardino, we do hereby proclaim the month of March 2021 as American Red Cross Month. Congratulations to our local chapter, and thank you very much, Ms. Basinger, for your commitment to lead our local chapter, and we wish you the best this year. With that, Councilman Alexander, sir, you have a quick comment?
Yes, sir. As one of the public comments said about you calling the Ward 1 crap, I do believe you owe them an apology. You are the mayor of our city, and you represent all our wards. So I mean, I know we all get heated in the moment and stuff like that, but this is an opportunity. Like I said, you are the mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. I think the phrase was misquoted, and the intention context was misquoted.
Well,
I'll leave it there, sir.
Okay, if you were misquoted in saying that, then I received it wrong, and then the entire city received it wrong. And if you can just clear it up for us, I think that would.
Well, I value all wards in the city that I represent. I'm elected at large, and certainly have a deep appreciation for my hometown. So
okay.
We'll get to work. We'll get to work like we're planning to get to work tonight.
Sounds good.
Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 9. This is the ad hoc and standing city council subcommittee review. This is an item before the city council tonight, and this is item number 9. Mr. City Manager.
Good evening. Actually, the presentation on this is going to be led by Assistant City Manager Rebecca Kramer, so I will kick it over to her. Rebecca?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. The item before you this evening provides an overview of our established council subcommittees as you had requested on March 3rd. So we begin with a general background of your established committees and the structure. While under the city charter, the mayor is responsible for the appointment of members of the council committees, the mayor and council are collectively charged with establishing the scope and purpose of each of those committees. Council subcommittees can study, research, and make recommendations concerning any matter referred to the committee by the mayor and city council. That said, it's important to note that any policy decisions must be provided by the council as a whole at a regular or special council meeting. At present, there is 1 temporary ad hoc committee and 3 standing committees that have been established by the City Council. Those include our Legislative Review Committee, the Hometown Military Banner Committee, the Community Development Block Grant or CDBG Committee, and your recently established Ad Hoc Financing District Advisory Committee. On occasion, the mayor and members of the City Council may also meet informally in small work groups or committees made up of less than a majority of your legislative body to learn more about a topic or issue. That said, it's important to note that staff time and city resources are not dedicated to committee meetings that have not been formally established by the mayor and City Council. In 2018, the City Council took action to dissolve all of the council subcommittees with the exception of the CDBG and Hometown Military Banner Committees. The Legislative Review Committee, or LRC, was reestablished in June of 2019, and you recently in February established a temporary Ad Hoc Financing District Committee. So that comprises those that have been formally established. I think it's important to note that given the resources that are required to support council subcommittees, including a significant amount of staff time, it's important that you carefully consider what council committees are needed based on the benefit they will provide you in helping to make policy decisions. Alternatively, consideration can be given to holding workshops with the mayor and council as a whole in place of referring items to council subcommittees for review and recommendation. While the City Council reaffirmed their interest in continuing the Hometown Military Banner and CDBG committees in 2018, the scope and function of these two longstanding committees has not been clearly defined. In order to ensure that the roles and responsibilities are clear, there is a need at this point to establish guidelines outlining the purpose and composition of both of these committees. Alternatively, of course, the Mayor and Council may want to consider dissolving both of these committees. As you consider these options, it's going to be important for you to have a general understanding of the role of these two committees and how they have served up to this point. With respect to the CDBG committee, the city generally receives between $3.1 and $3.4 million in CDBG funding annually. The city's plan for allocating these funds is presented as part of your annual action plan that must be approved at a city council meeting after holding two public hearings during a council meeting. The presentation of the action plan to the CDBG committee is simply an added study session outlining the staff's recommended use of the city's allocated funds. Given that the adoption of the city's action plan is an annual process that requires the review and or approval of the city council as a whole following two public hearings, the council may want to consider dissolving this particular committee. In this case, the action plan would be presented directly to the city council in place of starting this review process with the council subcommittee. This would ensure that the entire council is reviewing the proposed spending plan at the same time while also reducing the use of staff time and conducting and can continue to provide public participation and in the allocation of our CDBG funding. I think it's also important to note that the CDBG funding comprises only a portion of the city's HUD funding allocation, which also includes our Emergency Solutions Grant, or ESG, and the Home Investment Partnership. The Hometown Military Banner Committee was established by Minute Motion in August of 2011 to review and provide recommendations to the Mayor and Council regarding the establishment of a military banner program. The committee now serves to review the military banner program participation requirements, funding needs, and make recommendations to the Mayor and City Council regarding support and presentation of our military banners as applications are received. At present, this program is supported by application fees and donations, and no general fund resources have been dedicated to support the program. I think it's important to note that existing funding is not sufficient to support the program in the long term. In order to support this program moving forward, it is recommended that Mayor and Council consider having staff prepare a program plan, including staffing costs to address the current and future needs of the program and options for your consideration. If after consideration this evening, the Mayor and Council want to retain the CDBG and Hometown Military Banner committees, staff will prepare resolutions clearly defining the role and function of each of these committees for adoption by the Council at a future meeting. I think with that summarizes our presentation this evening. I'd be happy to address any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Kramer. We'll open it up for council discussion. Councilman, go ahead, sir.
My understanding is that our current CDBG committee is it's necessary, but it does not exist with more than 2 council members. And so I asked the mayor to appoint another council member so that we can actually make recommendations or receive them.
Councilmember Barr, go ahead.
My question is, why is our staff recommending do away with these committees? CDBG ad hoc is necessary in the hometown military as well. I think it's important that we recognize our military veterans and those that are currently serving.
Okay, Ms. Kramer, care to respond?
Yeah, I would say certainly if the council, again, it is up to the council which subcommittees you have. As I'd mentioned, I think you need to carefully consider which committees add value. You can have these programs without having a council subcommittee as the first point of review. If you want to retain them, my recommendation is that we come back and make sure that we have a clear scope of responsibility established by resolution that you adopt collectively as a body so that that's formally formalized, as we have done with our Legislative Review Committee and the committee that you recently established with the Ad Hoc Financing District Advisory Committee. We don't have a problem with that. We just wanted to present to you there are alternatives. The CDBG committee is certainly not a requirement, but it does offer an added study session where you've got a portion of your council that's appointed to review the proposed recommendations for CDBG funding and provide input to the full mayor and council for their decision making. The required hearings that take place as part of a full council meeting, and it is the entire body that's responsible for making those final decisions. So we are presenting this evening so that we can get your direction if you want to retain those two committees. We do feel that we should formally bring back resolutions so that we make sure that that's clear. And if you wish to dissolve them, then as I've mentioned, we will take those steps. I certainly support the military banner program. I think, however, it may benefit from coming back with some options for long-term sustainability and devoting some more staff resources to support the program and allowing it to be as successful as it potentially can be. And that's at your direction. So.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kramer. Councilman Sanchez, go ahead.
Yes. It didn't really answer my questions, but we shall proceed. Mayor.
Councilman Sanchez, go ahead.
Okay, first of all, I don't think staff is recommending that we do away with these obligations. They would just, a lot of them, for example, the Military Banner Committee would be done administratively through a department. So my predecessor, Virginia Marquez, spent a tremendous amount of time breathing some life into this program. And she did a very good job about it. And the very natural next step would be for me, as her successor, to ensure its long-term success. And that means not depending on a council member dedicating 40 hours a week to raising money, collecting applications, submitting them, and then dedicating these banners. That needs to be done administratively. And there's solutions that the staff can bring before us to make sure that it's financially neutral and that the city isn't pouring money into this program. But if we pursue this as administratively, I think it ensures its long-term success because I'll be candid, not a single thing has been done with this program in the last 2 years. And it's a real misfortune because we have a lot of proud veterans and current active duty individuals who are serving here from our city, who aren't having the opportunity or families don't have the opportunity to display an image of their family member serving here on our city streets. So now with CDBG committee, I think HUD requires that the Housing and Urban Development requires that there be a public hearing. That function can be fulfilled by the whole council. And the reason I would prefer that over a subcommittee is a subcommittee gives a head start to a couple council members, whoever would be on that committee, and it gives them an outsized influence of how that CDBG money is going to be handled. It should be handled by this whole council. Every one of us here should have an equal opportunity to have, or an equal amount of say in how that spending is allocated every single year. So the CDBG ad hoc committee, again, gives an advantage to 3 individuals in this governing body to have a little bit of an outsized say in how that money gets spent. So I would do away with both of these. First, because the council can take on the responsibility of the CDBG distribution of funds, and the Military Banner Committee should be handled administratively. And I would look to staff for direction on how we move that towards an administrative responsibility.
Councilmember Sanchez, just a little history though. Before it became the CDBG ad hoc, it used to be a community advisory group that was overseeing the CDBG, ESG, and home funds before. And it was composed of commissioners just like we have for other commissions.
Well,
and then their final recommendation
the
came from
CDAC committee was...
Yeah, but it's no longer that.
Correct. It was converted to an ad hoc.
Time out, folks. Time out, council members.
You're speaking over me, Mayor, but that's okay.
Well, I want to provide some context and some clarity. The CDAC committee was advisory, and members were appointed by their respective council member in their ward that represented their issues. And it was for the ESG funds and then the recommendations were sent back to the council, but there was a council subcommittee historically. I remember chairing it. So CDBG.
I sat in CDAC, Mayor. I know what kind of grants we were overseeing as well.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you know that, but I was the chairman of CDBG, and I thought to provide some context for you. Councilman Charette, go ahead, sir.
Well, some of what you've all just said, I agree with, and I do remember we had an advisory commission that spent an entire Saturday listening to basically nonprofits and deciding how the funds would be spent. And at some point in time, through our bankruptcy and our fiscal shortages and realizing that really this money can be used. I mean, certainly we want to support our nonprofits and help them, but the city as a whole needed it more. And I think that was when we kind of gave up that advisory committee and made it a CDBG subcommittee. I, however, agree with my colleague, Mr. Sanchez, that, I know what Virginia did when she was with the Hometown Heroes. It was her baby. She loved it. She lived it. She went out and checked the banners to see if they were wind damaged or whatever. She really put in a lot of hours. I'm not sure if it was 40 hours a week. It might have been 60. But she put in a lot of time. Theodore, you're absolutely right. There's no doubt about it. And without somebody kind of taking that on, I think we should figure out a way to do it somehow administratively online for applications and a funding source that makes it self-sustaining. And if we can't do that, if the community can't step up and recognize and help support their hometown heroes, not just 7 council members and a mayor, but the entire city, and do it, without a lot of cost to our city, then of course, I think you all know I'm a veteran, and I certainly admire our veterans and want to thank them for their service. But I think that's one that if we can't come up with a program that sustains itself and is done kind of administratively and kind of self-sustaining and doesn't take a lot of staff time or effort, maybe through a volunteer group or something, through the veterans, a veterans volunteer group that would want to take that on.
Or a Friends of the Military.
What's that?
Or create a Friends of the Military group.
Well, why don't you do that, Sandra? Good idea. No, I say that facetiously, but that's not a bad idea. But I think we can come up with a program without spending a lot of time and effort, and see what the appetite of the community is for this type of a program. And as far as CDBG, again, I agree completely with Theodore that that is something that should come before the full council, and should be vetted through a public hearing, and we should make a decision. Everybody should hear the same thing at the same time. I feel very strongly about a lot of those committees that and those kinds of things that really should be done by the 7 council members and all in one room, hearing the same presentations, the same ideas, the same, you can have a meeting with 7 people, and because of the Brown Act, you do it 3, 2, and 2, and I guarantee you that those meetings are all going to be different. Not for any nefarious reason, but it's just the presentations aren't exactly the same. They can't be. The interpretation is, and it also why I believe in having the full council together so much is that we kind of can feed off of each other's ideas and thoughts as they're discussed, and things that might be said in CDBG committee of 3 might not be brought out, that might give me food for thought, that I might say, oh, hey, now that you've said that, I'm now thinking of this. And it just tends to feed off of each other and work better together. I think that's one of the biggest problems that our city council has right now, is working together and feeding off of each other and working together as a team. And I think that's very critical that we do that. So there are probably a need for some ad hoc committees on a temporary as-needed basis as they come up to vet a particular item. But generally speaking, I've not been terribly in favor of subcommittees, as it were, for the council.
Thank you, Councilman Charette. I'll get to you in a moment, Councilman Sanchez. Let me respond to a couple of the ideas. I think first and foremost, committees by their design are intended to study a specific issue during a specific time period with a composition and makeup of certain individuals that either have expertise or background, or on the other hand, a dedication because of their vocation or their professional life. And furthermore, the other fair balance on this whole thing is committees do a lot of the heavy lifting and make presentations to the city council. I think there's this speculation on the parts of from what I've heard tonight from some council members that there's some type of secret dealings in these meetings. That is not true. That's not accurate. These items come back before the full council, but they skin the cat in committee, and ultimately the legislative body is the mayor and city council, and they have every opportunity to dissect it in full session, and that is currently being done already. So these committees serve as a opportunity to additionally to learn and to educate members, especially our 3 new council members, of opportunities of how the legislative process works, and informs them on the budget, the scope, and work. There's a lot of good opportunities here, folks, to be in committee. I've always favored committees. I think it was a disservice to our community to disband the committees as we once knew them. I'm a very respectful of history, and I understand that the old way of doing things here was very sound and reasonable, and they were advisory in nature only, and they provided a sounding platform for committees. And ultimately, recommendations came back before the city council and the mayor, and so I think that's some fair balance. Now, as to Councilman Sanchez's recommendation on the military banner program, some conversations in recent weeks, may I remind this council that the council deprogrammed $82,000 from our police recently, and I don't understand how, Councilman, I think it's a good idea, Sanchez, but I don't know if this council favors adding more staff to monitor or fundraise the military banner program. I think that's inconsistent with recent action by the city council.
That's not what I've been asking for. Not at all.
Well, thank you, but
And nor did I. I didn't say that.
well, let me finish, gentlemen. Let me finish. Finally, the other councils, council members have done a fabulous job. Virginia Marquez, as well as other members on that committee. It wasn't just Virginia alone. I know that she spearheaded it, but I think the responsibility for military banners is really on the. We owe a lot to those military members in our community, and I think it's leadership opportunity for our council to step up and do the fundraising. So with that, we'll open it back up to Councilman Reynoso, Councilman Sanchez, and others. Sir, go ahead.
I'm not gonna do the tit for tat, but that's not fair to say that, to chalk in police funding to military respect. My brother is in the Army. I come from a long line of veterans. And so I just want to speak on behalf of the rest of the council and say advertisement money for a police department has nothing to do with the honor and respect for our armed services. Thank you.
Yes, I would like to make a motion that the staff come back with a report on expending with the, or not expending with, but doing away with the subcommittee, or the, what are our standing committees right now? CDBG, LRC, as well as what was the third one? The Military Banner Committee, and find ways that those responsibilities can be reallocated to administrative staff, and then solutions on, for example, the Military Banner Committee's funding, future funding, not through city resources, but through fees, through accounts that have donations specifically for this purpose. So that would be my motion for staff to come back with a report on an orderly dismantling of these committees.
And I'll second that with one caveat, and I think you'll agree with this, and that is that we come back with that they're either there's virtually a zero cost to them, which not having one would be a zero cost easily. That's an easy one. Or with the military banner, some sort of a program that allows the community to sustain it through donations online or something like that. So some sort of a funding mechanism that doesn't take away from staff. These committees require staff to support
Brad, they
them.
already have that capability.
Staff is busy enough. So that's my caveat if you agree with
Yeah,
that.
no, I'm fine with that. I'm
Brad,
fine with that.
Brad,
that addition.
just to be clear, that the members of the public and business in corporate America has that ability already in its existence. So I don't understand the duplication or the request.
They made a motion, man.
Any comments? Any comments?
I know what Virginia did. I know what Virginia did, and she ran that thing almost single-handedly. So it wasn't really self-sustaining without somebody like Virginia taking the lead. And I commend her for it, and I admire her for it. She did a great job, but it fell apart when she left. And until someone picks it up, or until we figure out a way to have it kind of run on its own and be self-sustaining by itself with a little bit of monitoring by staff, then if the public's not interested, then they're not.
And I would do the same thing. The mayor refuses to put me on the committee.
That's inaccurate.
So we have to.
No.
So we have to find a way that it has a long-term life, a secured existence far into the future. That's the only other comment I'll make on that.
Councilman Sanchez, you have been appointed to the Military Banner Committee at your request, sir. I think you didn't read the memo.
On and off, depending on how things go. I know that.
No.
On the day of the week.
Yeah.
No. Don't read into it, Ted. You have been appointed. You're on the committee. I don't know why you're not actively involved in it.
When did he become on the committee?
Like last week?
No.
And before that, I was taken off.
February, like mid.
We should. Let's.
I think you have a motion and a second, if I'm not mistaken.
Miss City Attorney, just thank you for your.
Well, she's right. We have a motion and a second.
Well, I chair the meeting, so you're just all gonna have to relax, okay? Just relax.
Call for the question.
No. So the bottom line, Mr. Sanchez, is on or about February 15th, you got the memo. You've been
Call for
appointed.
the question.
And I believe I'm in it too.
Yeah, you are, as well as a chairman, and I think that's Councilman Alexander. Okay, call for the question. Ms. City Clerk. Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you. Item number 10, this is successor agency action of the 2010A and 2010B series tax allocation bond. It's a refunding. The recommendation is there before you. It is to adopt the resolution number 2021-56. Several subpoints there. The recommendation is there before you, Council. My hope is that you have prepared and studied and prepared to cast a vote. Councilman Charette.
Yeah, would I be wrong in saying that this is a no-brainer and I move for approval?
Second.
There's a second. Ms. City Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. I want to just compliment the city council. Thank you, members. That's how we should be operating. I appreciate your preparation to cast your votes. Thank you. Moving on to item number 22 for the viewing public. This is a resolution originally stated on the agenda as item number 22. This was a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute contracts for tow rotation services. The recommendation is there before you. It has now been adjusted per the email yesterday and this morning, alerting you to the change. So this is now on our staff report. We'll turn it over to our Mr. City Manager. Please proceed, sir.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to apologize. It was a system glitch that pushed this item onto the consent calendar. It was always intended to be a staff report. The conversation tonight is going to be led by the police department, by Interim Chief Eric McBride and Captain Brian Pellis. So, gentlemen, if you would.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I am Captain Brian Pellis from the Police Department, and I will be presenting the staff report on the item before you involving the city's tow rotation services. To provide some general background information, as you are aware, the Police Department utilizes tow and storage services on a daily basis and requires a number of tow service providers to handle the daily call load. The city has issued tow service agreements for these services since at least 1995. Our current agreements were established in 2005. Those agreements were restated and extended in 2011 and then renewed in 2016. Our current tow service agreements are set to expire on March 31st of this year. The city has not exercised a competitive RFP process for tow services since the year 2005. From a procedural standpoint, in the fall, staff from the Police Department, Community and Economic Development Department, Public Works Department, City Manager's Office, and City Attorney's Office convened to discuss and prepare proposed requirements for tow operators that will best meet the operational needs of the city. During this process, Police Department Traffic Unit staff researched tow service agreements and minimum requirements currently in use by over a dozen law enforcement agencies, including the California Highway Patrol, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, and other local and regional agencies. In addition to developing requirements that meet operational needs and which are generally consistent with requirements in use by other jurisdictions, requirements were also established to protect the health, safety, and welfare of our community. At its regular meeting on December 16th of 2020, the Council unanimously adopted Resolution 2020-306, which established a tow rotation system, tow carrier standards, franchise fees, and authorized the issuance of a request for proposal for tow services. Included in the staff report for that item was a listing of all tow carrier minimum standards and requirements, along with an explanation of the purpose and rationale supporting each one of those requirements. Notably, although these requirements were published on the public agenda, no objections or comments were received from any prospective tow carriers or members of the public. Staff understood that all interested tow firms may not be able to meet all requirements by April 1st. As such, staff recommended and council adopted a variance process in which a firm could request to be added to the tow rotation beginning April 1st, with the expectation that all requirements would be met by July 1st. Firms requesting such a variance would be excluded from receiving tows until such time as all requirements are met. Following the December 16th council approval, staff issued the RFP on December 23rd, which was followed by a question and answer period. In conjunction with the city's responses to firm questions, staff issued an addendum to the RFP, which clarified the requirement that each tow carrier must have a minimum of 31,500 square feet of paved surface at their storage facility as a part of the city's efforts to protect and enhance water quality. Following the Q&A process, a total of 10 tow firms submitted proposals for consideration. After staff reviewed all 10 proposals, staff determined none of those proposals submitted clearly articulated expectations that the firm would meet all city requirements. As a result, city staff prepared and sent a proposal verification checklist to each firm that submitted a proposal, asking those firms to verify their ability to meet all city requirements. After receiving responses to the verification checklist request, staff conducted a final review of all proposals and explanations in preparation for making final recommendations to you this evening. In terms of the selection process, the 10 firms were assigned to one of 5 categories based upon their ability to meet the requirements established by council. Category 1 consisted of 1 firm, which indicated its ability to meet all requirements established by the city, and is therefore recommended by staff to receive a contract and be included on the tow rotation as of April 1st. That company is A&G Towing. Category 2 consists of 4 firms, which indicated their ability to meet most city requirements, but not all. These firms are also recommended to receive a contract and be included on the rotation beginning April 1st, provided that they confirm in writing their ability to meet all city requirements. These 4 firms are Hayes Towing, Pepe's Towing, Statewide Towing, and Tri-City Towing. Category 3 consists of 2 firms, which each requested a variance for additional time to meet certain requirements by July 1st. These firms are also recommended to receive a contract, but to remain off the tow rotation until such time as they meet the requirements and by July 1st at the latest. And this is in conjunction with the expectations and requirements set forth by council on December 16th. The 2 firms in this category are Armada Towing and Wilson Towing. Category 4 consists of 1 firm which requested a variance to meet tow requirements by July 1st, but is also required to confirm other requirements by April 1st. Again, this firm is recommended to receive a contract, but remain off the tow rotation until such time as all requirements are met, and by July 1st at the latest. That firm is Danny's Towing. And finally, in Category 5, 2 firms indicated an inability or an unwillingness to meet all requirements, and are therefore not recommended for contract or inclusion on the city's tow rotation. Those firms are Bill and Wags and Layer Towing. Following the July 1st deadline for all firms to meet all requirements established by council, police department staff will conduct inspections of all tow carriers and ensure all requirements have been met as established. These inspections are due to start on July 1st and continue week to week until they are all completed. Any tow carrier not in compliance will be subjected to removal from the tow rotation as outlined in the tow service agreement. Staff recommends that the City Council move forward with the recommendation to adopt Resolution 2021-63, which will direct the City Manager to execute tow service agreements with the 8 tow carriers that have stated that they can or will meet all the tow carrier requirements as established by the City. However, only 5 of these 8 carriers are anticipated to comply with all requirements by April 1st and begin towing immediately. The remaining 3 tow carriers requested a variance and extension of time through July 1st and will not be authorized to tow until all requirements are met. The adoption of these recommendations and the resolution strictly complies with the process and requirements established by Council on December 16th in Resolution 2020-306. Staff does have an alternative consideration. Given that, at most, 5 tow carriers are anticipated to meet all established requirements by April 1st, and given that the City currently uses 6 tow carriers to handle the high volume of tows ordered by the Police Department on a daily basis, staff would support the alternative approach of allowing the 3 tow carriers that requested variances, Armada, Wilson, and Danny's, to begin towing on the rotation beginning April 1st. Those 3 tow carriers would still be required to meet all established requirements by July 1st. However, the City would achieve the added benefit of ensuring a sufficient number of tow carriers are on rotation and ready to handle the call load as of April 1st. Staff previously contemplated the possibility of seeing how it goes and then returning to council at the April 21st meeting, if necessary, to request the tow carriers in the variance process to be added to the tow rotation if the 5 approved carriers were insufficient to meet the daily tow demand. However, it seems prudent to offer that alternative to council tonight rather than wait for that contingency to occur, and thereby avoiding any possibility that the city would not have the tow services it requires to conduct daily operations. If council adopts this alternative option, all minimum requirements would remain in place, but the 3 tow carriers in the variance process would be temporarily authorized to tow for the city until such time as they fulfill all requirements. And that concludes the staff presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Captain Pellis. Let's open it up. Yes, Councilman Sanchez, go ahead, sir. You're muted.
Sorry, Captain Pellis. So it looks like staff is also offering an alternate, what we would call an alternate staff recommendation, which would be essentially to put Category 3 and Category 4 for practical reasons into Category 2 during the work towards compliance. Am I correct in assuming that?
Yes.
Well, I will make a motion. Well, I will make a motion to that alternative staff recommendation.
Second.
And I'll second it with one caveat.
I second it with no caveats.
Well, no, here's my only requirement, and I think you'll agree to this, that on July 1, so in other words, everybody's going to be, except those 2 that didn't make the cut at all. We'll have 8. I think there's a total of 8. They'll all be given a contract, be on the tow rotation between now and July 1. And while they're making their improvements, buying their equipment, whatever they have to do in order to be completely, have all the requirements met. But that June 30th at midnight, and I don't mean this literally, but we do an inspection, a physical inspection with a check, with a box, I mean a sheet and a check form that checks off all the boxes on the requirements, and both parties signs it, and anyone that doesn't check all the boxes is immediately off the relinquishes their contract.
Are you doing that for all? Are you doing that, Councilman? Are you doing that for all of them? Every last one of them?
Every one of them. A physical inspection. Every single 8 of every one of them. Yes, a physical inspection to that. They're not on their good behavior or their honesty. We owe it to the public and to the police department and to everybody that we make sure we physically inspect those properties.
Withdrawal.
And their equipment, and make sure everybody has it, and it's all authorized. Business licenses, equipment, paved parking, all of that. And the only other thing would be that anyone that hasn't been able to do the paving or any construction work, they would be exempt from that if we caused the delay. That would not be a reason for eliminating them if we, the city, planning, community development, caused the delay through either not being able to inspect on time or not giving them a permit or whatever. I want to make this fair to everybody, and let's get it all done and have everybody, but it needs a physical inspection.
Captain Pius, is that suitable to you and your department?
So with the exception of the July 30th component of it, I know that was made to make a point.
It was a big, yes.
Of course. Yeah. It will take us some time to conduct those inspections, but that is already our plan to do thorough inspections. We have all stated requirements prepared. We will go to each facility and ensure that every single requirement is met. And if not, the tow service agreements do provide an option for the city to remove a tow carrier for failure to meet those requirements. And that was something that the city can certainly undertake at that point.
And that needs a signature from both sides, from our inspector and from their primary owner. And if someone doesn't sign it, they're out. And one inspection should be easy to be done because they're already in Category 1.
So, Captain, Does that include CHP inspections for heavy lifting vehicles, all those as well in the requirements?
Yeah, so tow vehicle inspections are conducted by the Highway Patrol. And so certainly we utilize the Highway Patrol's process for that. You know, it would be redundant for us to do our own inspections of those vehicles, especially given the Highway Patrol's understanding and expertise in that area. But we would verify that those vehicles are current and inspected by the Highway Patrol as required.
Thank you, sir.
Certainly.
So yeah, I will add Councilmember Charrette's additional instructions, and that would be my motion.
Ms. City Clerk, Damon, Councilman Alexander, are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Ms. City Clerk, for clarity, can you please repeat the motion that we'll be voting on tonight?
Sure. It's a motion by Councilmember Sanchez, second by Councilmember Alexander, to allow for the tow carriers in categories 3 and 4 to operate in category 2 while they work towards compliance, that they will be given a contract to be on the tow rotation between now and July 1st while making improvements to meet the requirements, that the city conduct a physical inspection that checks off the requirements signed by both parties for the 8 tow carriers.
Okay, that's what we're voting on, folks. Any further discussion? If not, we'll cast the votes. Ms. City Clerk, if you please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to the public hearings portion of tonight's meeting. This is agenda item number 11, and I'll ask the city clerk please to read into the record the title of ordinance MC-1557. If you would, please.
Yes, give me 1 second while I locate that. Okay, and then just a friendly reminder, we do have requests to speak for this public hearing. And ordinance number MC-1557 is an ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, approving Development Code Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment 20-03, and Specific Plan Amendment 20-01 to change the zoning district classification from public facilities to Specific Plan Alliance, California, 3rd Street Land Use District of a parcel, EPN 0136-371-33, containing approximately 12.89 acres consistent with the certified final environmental impact report, state clearinghouse number 20201-00067.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. City Clerk. The time is approximately 9:57 p.m. I now call this public hearing meeting open. Can I please get a staff report on this item?
Yes, the staff report tonight will be provided by Mike Hunley and his team. So Mike, please.
Thanks, Rob. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Elizabeth Mora Rodriguez, the case planner, will provide the presentation. We also have Oliver Abuhika. He's our planning manager to help out with answering any questions. We do have a representative from Best Best and Krieger who assisted us with the environmental doc, as well as a representative from PlaceWorks as well, should you have questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Elizabeth.
Thank you and good evening. General Plan Amendment 20-02, Development Code Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment 20-03, and Development Permit Type D 20-02. Slide number 2, please. Thank you. The proposed project is to change the general plan land use designation from public quasi to specific plan, and zoning district classification from public facilities to specific plan Alliance, California. 3rd Street District for the project site containing approximately 12.89 acres. And also to allow the consolidation of 4 parcels containing approximately 52.97 acres. And for the development of an industrial warehouse containing approximately 1,153,644 square feet known as the Landing by San Manuel project. The project site is located on the south side of East 3rd Street between North Victoria Avenue and North Central Avenue. The proposed project had an environmental report prepared with full compliancy with the state California Environmental Quality Act guidelines. And that was completely analyzed, and it analyzed all potential impacts and includes mitigation measures that address such impacts. The environmental impact report, known better as an EIR, was thoroughly reviewed by the city's third-party CEQA consultant, PlaceWorks, and approved by our city attorney's BB&K team in order to ensure complete compliance with CEQA. As mentioned before, TNB, PlaceWorks, and BB&K are going to be available for any additional questions. As you can see right now, we have the aerial map of the project site. The property is currently surrounded by existing vacant properties to the north of the property within the city of Highland. And then to the east of the property, there is an existing transportation operation facility, as well as other types of similar commercial heavy industrial types of uses. To the south of the property, you have the International Airport property, and a large part of this project will be within that area. To the west, there is existing vacant and warehouse used properties to the west of the project site. Slide number 4, please. The slide number 4 is for the locational zoning map, and that is going to provide the information in terms of the area that's going to be changing. You have the specific plan Alliance California that is encompassed in the darker blue tone, and then you have the public facilities for the light blue, sky blue project. The part of the project is within the specific plan Alliance California that does allow for these types of uses. Some of the property to the west consists of residential medium. It is a lot of vacant properties, as well as some commercial heavy and some residential properties. Next slide, please. Slide number 5. Thank you so much. This is a specific plan Alliance California. The purpose of the Alliance California is for the transition of the non-airport portion of the former Norton Air Force Base site from a single-purpose military use to a multi-use industrial center. The specific plan amendment, the purpose of the amendment is to provide for the transition from incorporating 12.89 acres from the southern portion of the site and removing 4.97 acres located to the west of Victoria. The 12.89 acres of the public facilities would be changed to specific plan Alliance California, and the 4.97 acres of the specific plan Alliance California would be changed to public facilities. The interior floor space of the warehouse is going to include a warehouse space of approximately 1 million. It's also going to have some office area capacity of approximately 20,000 square feet of office space, and then a mezzanine comprised of 73,500 square feet. The architecture of the project site, I'm going to show that in future slides. They've incorporated a lot of vertical and horizontal articulation with glazed windows. And they also included a lot of mixtures of shades of gray with white in order to break the massing on specifically along 3rd Street. If I can get the next slide, please. Thank you so much. So here we have the elevations of the proposed warehouse facility in terms of how it's going to look out once it's built out completely. As you can see, it does illustrate some of the vertical breaks with some shades of color schemes in order to break a lot of that massing that we can see from a lot of warehouses. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. Here's the site plan and for the proposed project. As mentioned before, the office area is going to comprise of approximately 1 million square feet with some office space of 20,000 square feet, as well as a mezzanine of approximately 73,000 square feet. If I'm able to have the next slide, please, for the traffic analysis. On the traffic analysis, here we're going to have 2 entrances along 3rd Street, one located a little bit to the northeast, that's circled in yellow, and then one to the northwest as well, circled in yellow, for the entrance into the property there along 3rd Street. There's going to be also on the east side on Victoria, on the east and southeast side, and that's in a circle and a blue circle coloring. There's going to be access onto the site as well for truck routes and also vehicles. Also incorporated within the plan, there is going to be a bus stop on the east side of Victoria, just south of 3rd Street at that intersection, and that was a request that came in through Omnitrans, and the applicant was willing to incorporate that into their design. Additionally, to the south of the property, there is a staging area immediately to the southeastern entry. And the purpose of the staging area is to limit how many trucks are going to be off street on the street side, and to have them a lot on the property in order to improve circulation throughout the whole site. Next slide, please. In terms of the landscape design, they're going to be incorporating a lot of improvements along the 3rd Street frontage. The 3rd Street frontage, they're going to be incorporating a lot of breakages between the landscaping by breaking the walls, the long walls through columns, through spacing, different types of planting, drought-tolerant types of planting. They're also going to be incorporating on the columns a lot of colorful inset tiles depicting historical imagery of the property. They're going to have layered landscaping consisting of taller trees, 24-inch box trees, as well as 36-inch box trees. They're going to have accent shrubbery and low ground cover to reduce vandalism along the 3rd Street frontage. One of the major focal points of the project is that they're going to have this water tower center. The water tower center will be incorporating some art design representative of the Norton Air Force Base. It's going to have picnic areas, walkways with concrete pavers, plants, palms, citruses, orchards, and similar types of trees to create a ambiance for the area at that intersection. If I'm able to have the next slide. As you can see here, we have the conceptual landscape. It is a big site, so they are, again, going to be incorporating a lot of landscaping along 3rd Street, concentrating on focal points along on 3rd Street and Victoria, as well as in the entrances into the parking areas. If I can have the next slide, please. Here we have the conceptual landscape that I mentioned in the previous slide in terms of how the rendering is going to look on 3rd Street, the streetscape, the water tower center, and a typical representation of what kind of imagery might be on the water tower. If I can have the next slide. Here's the project site. This is a view from the southeast on 3rd and Victoria. Next slide, please. Thank you. This one's a view from the southwest on 3rd and Central Avenue. Next slide. And this is a view from the northeast from Victoria. As you can see right now, there is an existing water tower. The goal is to try to keep that and save that and relocate it if at all possible, and if not, we're going to definitely still have that representation there along 3rd Street. And next slide, please. Thank you so much. The next one is a view from the northwest, from actually on site. That's actually on site from the southern portion of the Norton Air Force Base. Next slide. With that, our recommendation is for the mayor and city council, sorry about that, to adopt resolution 2021-57 of the mayor and city council, certifying the final environmental impact report, adopting the facts, findings, and statement of overriding considerations and mitigation monitoring and reporting program, and approving general plan amendment 20-02, changing the general plan land use destination from public quasi to public to a specific plan of a parcel containing approximately 12.89 acres, introduce by title only and waive further reading of ordinance number C-1557 of the Mayor and City Council of San Bernardino, California, approving Development Code Amendment, Zoning Map Amendment 20-03, and Specific Plan Amendment 20-01, changing the zoning district classification from public facilities to specific plan, Alliance, California, 3rd Street District, land use district of a parcel containing approximately 12.89 acres, consisting with a certified final environmental impact report, and adopting resolution number 2021-58 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, approving development permit type D 20-02, allowing the consolidation of 4 parcels containing approximately 52.97 acres, and the development of an industrial warehouse containing approximately 1,153,644 square feet on a project site located on the south side of East 3rd Street between North Victoria Avenue and North Central Avenue, consistent with a certified final environmental impact report, and schedule the adoption of the above ordinance for the regular scheduled meeting of the Mayor and City Council on April 7th, 2021. With that, if you have any questions, as mentioned by our director, Michael Huntley, Oliver is here to answer any questions. My planning division manager, as well as the applicant and BBA.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth.
You're welcome.
A very detailed and I would say outstanding presentation to our city council and our public. Also joining us is Peter Mateo of San Manuel. Sir, welcome. David Drake of Trammell Crow, Tracy Zinn, our environmental engineer and backgrounder, and then Andrew, am I saying that right? Andrew Scanchi?
That's right.
Okay, all right. Those are support staff on that. And Mr. Mujica, thank you very much. I know that we welcome you back after a short stint out, sir, and welcome back, sir. Thank you for your leadership in the department. We'll open it up to council members in just a moment. Ben, if you give, I have to follow this script. So if you allow me, council members, we'll get to your questions in just a moment. Ms. City Clerk, back to you. Do we have any requests to speak on this item? I'm sorry, you're muted.
Sorry about that. We have 7 requests, so I will have to call each of these individually.
All right. If you would please rack them up, and we'll wait.
Okay, just
council members, if you just hold your questions, please. We'll get to you in just a moment.
Okay, just one moment. 1, 5, 5. Mr. King. This is Genevieve calling from the City of San Bernardino. You have 3 minutes to address the mayor and city council on item number.
Point of order, Mayor. Just a quick point of order. A clarification. Have these speakers been previously sworn in?
Ms. City Attorney, is there a need for swearing in of the speakers?
I know that had been a practice of the city. They do not have to do that. If there's any issues as to veracity, you can question them. I think they're just testifying as to the project.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Figueroa. Ms. City Clerk, please proceed with the public speaker.
Okay, I have Mr. King on the line. Mr. King, go ahead and proceed with your comment.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, member of City Councils, and members of staff. My name is Lowell King, and for the last 20 years, I have served as a regional operations officer for Goodwill Southern California here in the Inland Empire. It is my absolute honor and privilege to speak to you this evening and share with you the value and commitment the Salmon Well Band of Mission Indians have, not only to Goodwill, but to our city and our county, and to voice Goodwill Southern California's support of the Salmon Well Landings project. Goodwill has provided job training and placement services to individuals with barriers to employment in the city of San Bernardino since 1928. We are one of the longest continually serving charitable organizations in the entire region. Although we help anybody that is in need of job services, we focus on individuals with disabilities, our veterans, justice involved, and individuals who are experiencing homelessness. Oftentimes, we help those that have nowhere else to go. Our relationship with Salmon Well goes back decades. And I want to get this point across. Salmon Well is not just a business. Salmon Well is not just a major employer. Salmon Well is not just a funder, but a community partner who truly cares for and is committed to seeing our city, our county, and our people prosper. San Bernardino and the Inland Empire have been hit particularly hard by the pandemic and the challenges of poverty and homelessness that are following. At the peak of the pandemic, unemployment in the Inland Empire hovered in the teens, and in some areas in our region, even higher. Simply put, our people and community lost hope. Many of the individuals we've helped over the past year have never experienced unemployment in their entire lives. In addition, as you know, this pandemic has devastated entire sectors that may never, ever come back. However, with the creation and the development of well landings together, we will be able to get experience on a path towards independence, dignity, and perhaps most importantly, provide them hope. Will and Salmon Well share a common belief that is rooted in everything we do. That is, we believe every person has value and given the opportunity, every person can contribute. We are a better organization. We are a stronger community, and we are a region that raised hope in part because of Salmon Well. I'm not sure where we would be without them. Again, I want to thank you for your time, and again, voice Goodwill Southern California's strong support of the Salmon Well Landings project that will bring much needed, good paying jobs to our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lowell. We appreciate hearing your perspective. Our next speaker, please.
Mayor, if I could just make a request that all staff and guests please mute their mics. Thank you. Sorry. Bear with me. I'm trying to monitor the timer and call each of these individuals. Hi, is this Mr. Morales? Okay, you have 3 minutes to address the mayor and city council on item number 11. Just 1 moment, please. Go ahead and proceed.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, give me 1 second, time it a second. Okay.
I have to start the timer. Okay.
Very good, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Valdivia and members of the City Council. I'm Tomas Morales, President of CSUSB, our campus, which serves over 20,000 students with over 2,000 faculty and staff located in the city's 5th Ward. I'm here this evening to express my support for the San Manuel Landing project. This development, with over 1 million square feet of warehouse space on the 50-plus acre lot on the site of the former Norton Air Force Base, will greatly enhance the economic impact of the city and region. As president of CSUSB, I support this project as it will create jobs and facilitate great opportunities for technology and innovation in the city and region. The San Manuel Band of Mission Indians is a great partner and neighbor of the university. We recognize and honor that our campus is located on San Manuel's ancestral lands. San Manuel has been a generous partner in supporting scholarships to students and helping us promote access to students from our city and region. They have been a leading partner with the university in supporting our Native American outreach efforts to recruit and retain students as they navigate their academic journey to degree completion. On behalf of the CSUSB community, I'm confident that the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians will deliver a great project that is going to bring positive economic benefits to the city. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Morales. It's great to hear from you, sir. Thank you.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello?
Hi, is this Jason?
It is.
Okay, I'm calling for you on item 11. You have 3 minutes to address the mayor and city council. And if you could please lower the volume to avoid feedback. Thank you.
Okay, is it my turn right now?
It is. You have 3 minutes.
Okay. Honorable Council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Jason Baez, and I'm a member of Labor's International Union of North America, and I fully support this project. This project is an excellent opportunity for our community as it will open up doors for many local young men and women who wish to begin a career in union construction. It was a project just like this that gave me my opportunity to come into our apprenticeship program. I had very little skills at the time, but our school and on-the-job training taught me everything from the floor up and also provided me many different types of certifications and training in different types of skills that have proven to be both essential and valuable for me throughout the years and granted me the opportunity to buy my first home and then my second, as well as help me to take good care of my wife and 4 children with a living wage and full benefits for my whole family. These are the types of jobs we need in San Bernardino County. Some may say that these jobs are temporary, but that just isn't true. Each project gives us an opportunity to establish new relationships with contractors, superintendents, and other workers of all trades. These relationships become lifelines that often carry us into the next projects and excel our positions. The applicant has graciously agreed to utilize union labor on this project so we can be assured that it will be built American Union strong from the foundation up and will last over the centuries and weather all storms. It's not every day that we get great opportunities like this to enhance the lives of our community. This project will bring much needed jobs to our county in a time when they are needed the most. Industrial buildings like this bring a long list of different types of jobs, from everything to the high school graduate looking for a part-time job to help with the high cost of universities, the spouse that has to take up a second job to keep up with high cost of living, the ambitious supervisor and sales rep, and best of all, the beginning of a lifetime career in union construction field, earning a living wage with benefits that can sustain a family into the future. Honorable Council, I heard an individual put down warehouse jobs, and it's really easy for those well off to do so, but these jobs are needed right now in the great San Bernardino County. Shutting the opportunity down only leaves the continued poverty and omits a massive amount of income into our local economy. And in closing, even though we are enduring a very tragic time in our history, God has truly reached out to our city with this blessing. Please, with all respect, consider all the good that this will do in so many different ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
We're sorry. You have reached a number that has been disconnected.
Okay, sorry, that's the wrong number. Moving on to the next one.
Hello, it's Thomas.
Hi, Mr. Ruiz. You have 3 minutes to address the council on item number 11.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Thomas Ruiz. I'm a business agent for Labor's Local 783, located here in San Bernardino. We represent over 1,700 men and women working in the construction industry, many of whom that live here in the city of San Bernardino. They work hard building the infrastructure that is needed, that we rely upon every day. And I'm on the phone tonight to support the landing project. Lyones is proud to support this project, which will provide hundreds of jobs to skilled construction craft laborers and other tradesmen. As always, Lyones is a strong supporter of developments that provide jobs with quality wages, health benefits, retirement, and the opportunity to advance. A project like this one is a lifeline for members to continue working during this difficult time, to maintain their health insurance, which is extremely important. As COVID has shut down businesses and halted some developments, many of our members rely on this type of industrial warehouse development to stay afloat. Tonight I heard many folks talk about these jobs being temporary, that these jobs is just another warehouse. But in the eyes of construction workers, this is another opportunity to put food on the table, another opportunity for them to work closer to home so they can spend more time with their family and not traveling to outside counties or even sometimes out of state. This is a good opportunity to put folks in San Bernardino to work. This is a good opportunity to improve local infrastructure. This is a good opportunity to bring physical benefits to the city. And we respectfully ask that you consider this project based off the benefits and what San Bernardino has to gain from this project. We thank you for your consideration and thank you for your time.
The city clerk, does that conclude the?
It does not. Two
Okay.
more.
All right.
Hi, Mr. Garcia.
Yes.
Hi, you have 3 minutes to address the council on item number 11.
Right now?
Yes,
Okay.
you can proceed.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this item tonight. It hits close to home. I am a 33-year member of the Laborers Union. For years, me and my family and hundreds of other families in our area from our community depend on awarding bodies such as yourselves to move projects forward and keep jobs moving in our community. Jobs like this are very important to our local economy, which has been hit hard and will need good paying jobs to help our community get back to normal. Therefore, I ask that you adopt the resolution 2021-57 and all general plan amendments. I would also like to comment on a phone call from earlier on people complaining about air pollution. There has been laws passed in recent years banning older vehicles, older transport vehicles, bringing in clean air vehicles, and America is moving forward to a zero
pollution. So around the airport, bringing all these great jobs, construction jobs, after jobs, I'm in full support of this. Please move forward with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flores. There's two more that I need to contact. We got valid numbers for these speakers.
This is Dan.
Hi, Mr. Flores. You have 3 minutes to address the Mayor and City Council on item number 11, and you may proceed.
Great. Thank you so much. Well, good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Dan Flores, and I am the Executive Director of Mary's Mercy Center here in the city of San Bernardino. For nearly 30 years, Mary's Mercy Center has been a beacon of hope by providing services to the homeless and families here in the city. Most recently, as many of you know, Mary's Mercy Center was proud to open up Mary's Village, a very special facility for transition. It's a transitional housing facility for chronically homeless men. That project would not have been possible without a generous investment by the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians. San Manuel has consistently been one of our most committed partners over the years, helping us serve some of the most vulnerable populations here in San Bernardino. We are incredibly grateful for San Manuel's support for all of the community-based organizations here in San Bernardino. Their tribal leadership has never lost sight of its humble roots. Their spirit of Yawa, acting on one's belief, inspires them to pay it forward by investing in local efforts that lift up the community. Their philanthropy is more than a financial investment. It is a catalyst for change, and we are grateful for their partnership. And we are proud to stand with San Manuel as they continue to grow, not only in terms of their philanthropy, but their entrepreneurship by creating jobs and opportunities for people that live here in the region. So on behalf of Mary's Mercy Center and the hundreds and hundreds of families that we serve really every year through our programs, I want to thank San Manuel, and we appreciate their partnership. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dan.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Moving on to our last speaker, just one moment.
Hello?
Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Yes, you have 3 minutes to address the Mayor and City Council on item number 11 on the agenda for tonight. And you may proceed now.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. I'm Diana Rodriguez, the president of San Bernardino Valley College. Thank you so much for this opportunity to share with you a few remarks of support for the San Manuel Landing Project. As many of you know, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians has had an undeniable impact on our campus and within our community. Our college's relationship with San Manuel goes back more than 20 years, when we first partnered with them to improve student success on our campus. Since then, they've been one of our most generous and consistent supporters, impacting the lives of thousands of our students, our residents. As one of the biggest employers in San Bernardino County and one of the biggest sources of economic development in our region, San Manuel has given back tirelessly to generations of families and businesses that now live and thrive in their ancestral lands. And in doing so, they approach every development opportunity with deep consideration for the environment. This can be seen in their careful design and considerations for the San Manuel Landing Project, ensuring minimal environmental disruption, while also capitalizing on our region's strengths as a national hub for goods movements to provide our graduates even more competitive career opportunities in the transportation sectors once they graduate. San Manuel has contributed an astonishing amount of support for educational and economic development causes within the San Bernardino Community College District, and continues to do so in a very caring and mindful way. As president of San Bernardino Valley College, I thank them wholeheartedly for their enduring commitment to improving the lives of countless students and families throughout our service area and the Inland Empire. I fully support the San Manuel Landing Project. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration. Have a good night.
educational and economic development causes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude our comments?
Yes, that concludes.
Okay, very good. Council members, we have a script. We'll get to you in just a moment, please, if you hold your questions. At this time, I'd like to introduce Peter Mateo of San Manuel. Sir, you're recognized. Please proceed.
Good evening, City Council, City staff, Mr. Mayor, and citizens. My name is Peter Mateo, Director of Planning and Development for San Manuel. I would like to take time to say thank you to the City Council for your review of our project and City staff for working with us regarding our development application. San Manuel shares the same vision as the city in building a better community. Mr. Mayor, did the PowerPoint presentation pop up? I believe we sent it over.
If you just wait momentarily, if staff could please share the screen and let's upload that PowerPoint.
Thank you, sir.
All right, very good. Please.
Slide two. Slide two, please, if you don't mind. In recent decades, the San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, the tribe, has played a significant role in the region as economic driver, job provider, and advocate for supporting community causes. Ask any member of the tribe what sets San Manuel apart, and you'll find the answer comes from their unwavering belief in the spirit of Yawa, which means to act upon one's beliefs. The tribe has a special connection to the land, stewardship of their ancestral lands, and taking care of the people who inhabit them. That's what gives the tribe and those who represent the tribe purpose. Next slide, please. Since 2003, San Manuel has contributed over $280 million to the community. Our charitable giving reinforces healthy and resilient communities. Examples are the tribe's gifts to Loma Linda University for their children's hospital, Claremont Graduate University to support health care for the underserved population, and funding for Mary's Mercy Center to empower the lives of men living in homelessness. On January 29th, San Manuel recognized 50 small businesses like Stevenson's Flowers, Ruby's Barber, and Molly's Cafe from San Bernardino and surrounding communities with $20,000 each to help pay rent and keep their employees on payroll as they struggle through the pandemic. And then just this week, recognizing the challenges children in foster care face in accessing needed school supplies, San Manuel team members rallied their colleagues to contribute nearly 10,000 items in a school supply drive to support at-risk youth in the San Bernardino City Unified School District. Slide 4, please. That same care for the community extends to infrastructure improvements. 3 examples of projects within the community are summarized. First, San Manuel completed approximately 1.7 miles of sewer master plan improvements on Marshall and Sterling Avenue. San Manuel also completed street improvements along Victoria. And lastly, the 3rd and 5th Street improvements currently in design to allow better access to the airport and neighboring communities. San Manuel Landing is the merge of vision and values, the result of a shared vision and values-based design. Slide 5. It is important to note that San Manuel Landing has undergone more than 15 months of extensive evaluation. The team from San Manuel was engaged every step of the way. Some of the most highly respected CEQA consulting firms in the country prepared the environmental impact report and participated in the peer review. The public was given at least 7 opportunities to comment, including the scoping period, the draft and final EIR, 3 development environmental review committee hearings, and a planning commission hearing in February. All comments were responded to in the final EIR. Slide 6, please. Many conversations and deliberations took place with the City of San Bernardino, the City of Highland, and the San Bernardino International Airport Authority. The result? The vision for San Manuel Landing. San Manuel Landing is an investment with long-term benefits to serve the neighboring businesses and surrounding communities. To go over these fine details with you, I would like to introduce David Drake from Trammell Crow, our development partners on this project. David?
Thank you, Peter, and good evening, City Council members, Mayor, and staff. The San Manuel Tribal leadership directed the design team to create a best-in-class project that does not compromise, be harmonious with the community, to be respectful of the history of the city, San Bernardino Airport, and the tribe's presence in San Bernardino, setting a new standard for industrial projects by incorporating features often discussed but rarely included until now in Southern California. While the San Manuel landing does include features found in other industrial projects, San Manuel wanted to set a very high standard for others to emulate. Respect of the community, integration of the iconic 160-foot high San Bernardino Water Park and Tower in a community park at 3rd and Victoria. Screen walls incorporating historical elements, landscaping appropriate for the environment, on-site truck staging to eliminate surface street congestion, inclusion of the bike trail element in the project design, environmental responsibility including significant day one solar systems far exceeding regulatory requirements, building systems designed to maximize solar system compatibility, electric vehicle charging systems exceeding city and industry standards, and a first, as far as I'm aware of, on-site truck staging designed for up to 20 electric trucks, the future of the industry. Electric zero-emission infrastructure is included in the basic project design. San Manuel tribal leadership has insisted on this feature and has committed to install an oversized photovoltaic system in the initial design, which once again, not mandated by city regulations, mandates, or even the environmental impact report. Next slide, slide 8. This picture of the project. Slide 8, when we go to that. Implementation of the city's vision. San Manuel Landing implements the city's vision for the property, but exceeds requirements. Slide 9. Here we see the current water tower in the vacant property. And on the right, the relocated water tower in the new community park at the corner of 3rd and Victoria, surrounded by environmental appropriate landscaping. Slide 10. More views of the site from 3rd Street looking south. And on the right, views of the project incorporating screening using historical elements, features, and environmentally appropriate landscaping. Slide 11. Another view looking west on 3rd Street, contrasting current conditions with the proposed project providing screening of the existing heavy industrial activities west of the project. Next slide. Views of the water tower park and screen walls using historical elements, including ceramic artwork created by local artisans and landscaping far in excess of minimum standards. Next slide. Additional views of the water tower park that the tribal leaders and community agree are important to be recognized as part of the heritage of this property. Next slide. Slide 14. Green project. Yes, this is a green project, but as discussed above, the San Manuel Landing shall exceed community standards, setting an example to developers in Southern California and what can be accomplished with the tribal leadership's vision on design and environmental matters. Slide 15. Project benefits. Over $4 million in development fees and over $10 million in additional project tax revenues in the next 10 to 20 years. Celebrating the site's history and pivotal part that this community has played in the development of the region and this country. This project will boost the local economy by bringing millions of dollars to the community yearly that are currently going elsewhere. Jobs that have the ability to improve the lives of thousands of families around San Manuel Landing project, jobs that the community wants and needs now. And lastly, improved neighborhood security that this development will bring with the regulated and well thought out planning of this project to attract the highest quality firms that will assist in rejuvenating the community, looking for a well-planned development incorporating the many features that we have discussed tonight. With that, Peter.
Last slide, please. We all have a stake in San Manuel Landing's success. I appreciate the City Council giving us this opportunity to present our vision for San Manuel Landing. As you offer your vote today, I'd like you to visualize being on 3rd and Victoria and looking north just a few miles. You will see our reservation, the casino, and the San Manuel community. We are your neighbors. We breathe the same air and drive on the same roads. In fact, our chairman goes to the same local grocery stores that you do. We are a part of this community. San Manuel Landing is not a quick money-making project for today, but is a commitment by the tribe that tomorrow will be better. Thank you. Haku Pai.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mateo. We appreciate the report, and we want to say thank you to all of the staff that have provided the consultation tonight, and thank you again to our city staff. At this time, I will recognize Councilman Figueroa. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to make a motion to move to approve this project and investment of San Manuel into our city. I do have some other questions regarding this, but first, I do also want to make I'm sorry?
I'll second.
I do have some questions regarding this project. It does make sense to me as far as the location of it and the proximity to the airport. That's the intended purpose of this location, so it makes sense. What does not make sense to me, and I could be wrong, but I was going through the material and I could be incorrect, but is this site connected directly to the airport? Is there a direct connection to the airport? From my understanding, it doesn't seem to appear that there is. Am I missing something? Help me, please.
Can staff respond to the councilman? Maybe Mr. Huntley or?
Actually, if I may, Councilman and city council members, this property is located within the property of the airport and the IVDEA.
So it does have direct connection to the airport. It's not like it's.
Yes, it does.
Thank you. I was trying to understand that little bit of piece there. I also want to extend an apology, I guess, to the San Manuel tribe. There was, not during this meeting, but a previous meeting, there was a comment made that this was an outsider developer. That couldn't be further from the truth. That's San Manuel. This was their land prior to anybody being here. And so my apologies to the tribe on a comment that was made that San Manuel is an outsider. And that, quite frankly, is insulting that comment was even made. So my apologies to the tribe on that. I think this is a great project. Its intended purpose adjacent to the airport. And so, again, the motion to approve.
Very good. There's a motion and a second by Councilman Charette. This is a job center. I'm going to call it that. I respect the landing name, but this is an employment opportunity for our community, and it's a very, very stellar project, and we'll open it up to council members. Council Member Reynoso, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. And thank you to the tribe for honestly everything. I grew up here, everything the tribe continues to do, all the ways you engage the community, the infrastructure improvements. You're natives, you're indigenous. This land belongs to you. I'm very aware of that. And I think that we owe you a lot, to be honest with you, just as a city, because you've given more to the city. You've done more for the city at times, me growing up here, than I felt like the city did for itself. And so I needed to state that very clearly. And I really appreciate you trying to create jobs during the pandemic. I understand it. So it's hard to, I'll be honest with you, I've been sitting with this project, Mr. Mateo, for a while. I knew about it before I was sworn into office. Tried to get a hold of the tribe to get some questions answered. And I appreciate that this project has lead development on it. You're miles ahead, and it's sad to say because the development standards for warehouses around here, there are no standards. Just kind of tilt them up. And I appreciate the people from LiUNA for calling, but they have some internal conflicts. I just speak to that too in the labor world around here, because they do tilt up and they don't necessarily, pay so much attention to what comes afterwards. Not saying that's specific to this project. With all this being said, this is the AB 617 community, which is an environmental justice community, which means the acknowledgement from the state is that anything you build here, especially logistically, is going to be an overburden. They literally can't afford it. And so some of the things like the California Air Resources Board and the draft EIR had stated, but the project would increase exposure to air pollution in disadvantaged communities. There's 6 schools in a 2-mile radius that the health risk assessments used inappropriate assumptions when modeling the project's health risk impacts. That the draft EIR didn't analyze the potential air quality impacts from the project's transportation refrigeration units. And I believe that you tried your best with the mitigation efforts. And this is extremely hard early on. And I don't expect anybody else to kind of echo what I'm saying, but maybe I'll speak to the little voice in the back of a lot of people's head in saying that we don't need any more warehouses. And this is nothing against the tribe, but I can't in good faith, the community down there on South Del Rosa, I'm an organizer. For Eastgate, the facility right across from at the airport, we did, as organizers, community members with the churches, we informed those residents. We were knocking on their doors and they hadn't heard anything, but their complaints were that we're just sucking CO2 all day. We're sucking pollution. The trucks are flying down, 18-wheelers are flying down our street right here. And basically they're very aware and they don't want any more warehouses. And it's disheartening to hear that there were no callers from the actual area right there. And I know that you breathe the same air, Mr. Mateo. I do. But it's with a heavy heart. And to be honest with you, I was very afraid to do this because I know what it could mean for me potentially politically. But I didn't get elected to be afraid to defend the people. And I feel like I have to do the right thing. And sure, this could totally pass and everything. But literally the project, even the final EIR says, you can't avoid some of the impacts. They're going to happen regardless. As good as the project is, as great as the tribe is, as phenomenal as the tribe is. I love the tribe. Do not get that confused in any way. But I can't support this project because I wish you had done this, to be honest with you, years ago. And it'll be the second largest warehouse in the city, only by about 100,000 square feet. And so it's very late in the game to be building something of this magnitude. But again, I appreciate the effort. I appreciate everything you put into this. I appreciate the tribe, but I can't in good faith support this project or honestly any other warehouses in the city of San Bernardino. We have to breathe this. We have to live this. I'm not even speaking to the employment because I can't, because we don't know who a tenant is, but it's so big and there's 113 doors. It's logistics. And so I thank you again, Mr. Mateo, Mr. Drake, and everybody who had a hand in this project, but I can't support this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Charette, go ahead, sir.
Well, my only comment really is just that I'm very excited about this project. I'm just repeating what's been said tonight when I say that the tribe has been just an excellent partner in our community. We've tried to be a good partner back, but I think they've probably been a better partner and in many cases more capable than the city itself was able to help itself. But the tribe has been, it's been said by so many civic leaders here tonight, they've been not only a good partner, but a good neighbor. They are neighbors. They live here. They breathe the same air, as everyone said. This project couldn't have been built a few years ago because the technology wasn't here a few years ago. So this is progress. I love Hillwood. Hillwood's done a great job in our community. They've been very responsive. They've built a lot of warehouses. Unfortunately, this airport is not going to be LAX. It's going to be a logistics airport, and it's going to be a cargo airport. And I think we ought to just resign ourselves to the fact that we can't give up on maybe trying to get some airlines in here or some passenger traffic, but this is going to be a logistics center, and it is. And Hillwood has done an outstanding job. Stater Brothers has done an outstanding job. Mike Burrows and his team down at the airport have done an outstanding job of rebuilding and bringing back the economic engine that we lost with Norton Air Force Base. And this, again, yeah, it'd been great to have done this 20 years ago, but the technology wasn't there. And what Hillwood has done is great, but this far surpasses what Hillwood's done. That doesn't mean that their projects aren't good or haven't been a benefit to this community, because they have been. But for anyone to not support all the effort that's been put into this LEED building and this, is it LEED Gold, or I'm not sure of the nomenclature, but this about as high as you can get in a building of this sort? Can somebody answer that for me? The standard.
May I address the councilman that question? It would be
it's pretty much a yes or no answer. It's a
yes,
pretty high standard.
It's a gold. It's a LEED Gold standard design.
LEED Gold standard, right? So right. Why didn't you go for platinum? I'm just kidding. LEED Gold. You can't get much better than that. And for us to be even in any way talking about this, and this air pollution thing is crazy, because we've worked very, very diligently and hard in California to improve our air quality. And because of being fortunate enough to live where I live, I see crystal clear skies and mountains around this entire valley virtually every day of the year anymore. And there was a time when I couldn't see the bottom of the hill where I live because it was brown. And that's gone away. So we're to be commended as a state. It's been tough regulations, but we've got to move forward. This is progress. This is a great project. I just wish I could have been the one to move the motion, but I'm glad to be the second motion, and I certainly support it.
Thank you very much, Councilman. Councilman Sanchez, Councilman Alexander. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yes. Who is our project manager here for this project? Would that be you, Mr. Mateo?
Yes, sir, Councilman Sanchez.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you a couple questions and see if we can get a couple things tacked on as conditions of approval. I would like to impose a requirement that all off-road diesel-powered equipment used during the construction be final Tier 4 engines, as well as one more thing, as well as require all off-road equipment with a power rating below of 19 kilowatts used during the construction to be battery powered. I want to know from you if that's something that can be done on your project.
Councilman Sanchez, the Tier 4 final equipment for grading and other activities, we are absolutely committed to doing. And regarding the second request, I want to give that to Dave Drake, and Dave, perhaps you can answer that one.
Yes, I believe that that would be the case. That is pretty common right now in these kind of projects. We can't control all the equipment that's coming on the site, but that's typically what we're using nowadays. That's the standard technology today. That's what we're using.
Well, I would ask that it be a requirement that whoever your construction contractor is, that 100% of the fleet being used for the construction be final Tier 4 powered construction equipment. I know that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
so
sir.
That,
and I would accept that as a conditions of approval. Absolutely,
good,
sir.
Good. I mean, it's incredible. To Councilmember Charrette's point, we've come a long way, and we did it through tiny little steps. And one of them was this EPA's imposing this tiered system on diesel engines. Final Tier 4 engines now produce little to no diesel particulate matter or greenhouse gas emissions. So you could almost, I mean, the only thing that comes out of these 20 metric ton machines now is water vapors. And so things like that is you willing to take that as a requirement to do this project, I think demonstrates your willingness to do every last bit to lessen that burden on the community in that immediate vicinity. So, council member, who made the motion? Would you be amenable to adding this facet to your motion?
So it's Councilman Figueroa, and I think Councilman Sanchez, to keep it nice and clean, you have a commitment from the project manager.
Okay. All right. Everyone, everyone's a witness. All right.
And it's on video.
It's
So
on video.
We got
All
it.
right. Final
All right.
tier 4 machines.
Okay.
That's all. That's all I have.
If I may to that, we could make a modification to the mitigation monitoring program, which is part of the first resolution on the
Yes, that would.
certification of the
I
EIR.
would love that. Would that be fine with the council member?
Councilman Figueroa, per the staff recommendation on the item number 1, are you okay with that? It's a thumbs up. Yes. Okay. Let's move on to council. Thank you, Councilman Sanchez. Councilmember Alexander, sir, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much, Mr. Mateo, Mr. Drake, for what you have done. I appreciate it, and all the work that the tribe, I echo my council members. My question is about infrastructure, as opposed to the 18-wheelers and the heavy trucks that are going to be transporting on the road. Are you guys repaving just to the center stripe? Are you repaving 360 degrees around the facility? What are you guys doing?
Well, Peter, would
Yeah,
you can I take that? Yes.
I was going to take part of it, David.
Okay, go ahead.
Councilman Alexander, we're committed to paying any and all of our allocated fair share of development impact fees associated with the project. That would be for sewer, water, storm drain, and streets. So those fees would be used to improve offsite utilities and improvements. Also, as I mentioned in our presentation, we're working with the City of Highland and the San Bernardino Airport in improvements along 3rd and 5th Street, which will improve those arterials to its kind of final width and final construction use. So we are absolutely committed to doing what's right and mitigating our impacts, sir. And Dave, if you have anything else to add, please go ahead.
No, I think, Peter, you covered it very well. Basically, we're rebuilding all the roads 100% that are basically directly impacted by the construction. Much of 3rd Street is brand new. It's been recently improved, but W Street and Victoria Street, all those portions that are actually impacted are 100% improved to the ultimate standard as directed by the city.
Okay, thank you very much. And like, again, you guys did above and beyond. And I hope that whoever's listening to this, other developments, whether you're doing a gas station or anything else, comes to the level of what you guys are putting at. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk, we will close. It is approximately 11:02 p.m. I'm closing the public hearing at 11:02 p.m. for deliberation and action. We have a motion from Councilman Figueroa and Councilman Charette. And Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
Member Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
I am sorry, but no.
Councilmember Calvin?
No.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-2 with Councilmembers Reynoso and Calvin voting in opposition.
Congratulations, San Manuel. We appreciate your investment in our community, and we say thank you very much. Have a good evening, and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ware, and thank you, City Council. We will make you guys proud, and we're eager to get going with construction. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mayor, you're muted.
We'll move on to item number 12, substantial amendment to fiscal year 2020-21 action plan. The recommendation is there before you folks, and I'm opening the public hearing at approximately 11:04 p.m. If there's a motion for approval, we could suspend. Go for it.
There is a. I'll second, but I would like to make a comment or ask a question.
I have a comment as well.
Okay, we're almost. If we can deliberate quickly, great. Let's do it. Councilman Sanchez, go ahead. You're with your question, sir.
Yes. I want to make sure that, and then just so that all the council members are clear with this, and that I'm clear as well, that this action that we're taking today are substantial amendments to the 2021 CDBG allocation, right? And this is not. We're not deciding on anything right now for the 21-22 CDBG allocation. Correct. So I know there was a mention of five.
Ms. Gallegos, can you briefly respond to the councilman?
Councilman Sanchez, that is correct. We are not discussing the fiscal year 21-22 action plan. This is only the substantial amendment to the current fiscal year 2020-21 annual action plan.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Calvin, please go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to make mention that in the background, the backup information, at the last meeting, it's mentioned that there was only one voting member present, and nor did it mention that Mayor had appointed himself as chair, and he's not mentioned there at all. So I was wondering, why was that information left out?
Councilman Calvin, what information are you referring to?
The background information for item 12, number 2.
Councilmember Calvin, the mayor was not mentioned because he was not one of the council members present on the committee and didn't have any voting power. So the one council member that was present throughout the meeting was made note of. No action was taken relative to input or questions that were provided. That was simply a work study. And that did not change the recommendations presented for consideration this evening.
But the agenda, we do recognize that the agenda did say public hearing, right?
So the CDBG committee meeting
Yes.
was not one of the required public hearings. This is the required public hearing for that item.
But it did state on the agenda that it was a public hearing.
It did.
Councilman Figueroa, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'd like to direct staff's attention to packet page 503 under project name HESG. There's a description of some of the locations that will be receiving benefits from the ESG fund. Number 2, which is Family Service Association of Redlands, is receiving an amount of $63,000. The amount, the purpose of this money is to provide services for the disenfranchised of the city of San Bernardino. Upon review of their service area, they service the areas of Redlands, Yucaipa, Loma Linda, Highland, Grand Terrace, and Mentone. Nowhere in there does it mention the city of San Bernardino, but the city of San Bernardino is still providing funds for this agency. I'd like to amend that instead of them receiving the money that we're providing to them, which they will not be servicing our area, to be then transferred to one of the other organizations. I would like to have seen Mary's Mercy Center for their new Mary's Village, but they're not on this list. So I would recommend the one that's in the heart of downtown, which is Step Up on 2nd, and for them to receive the money.
Fred, are you okay with that, Ted?
I apologize. Who are you moving it from? Who to who?
Fred, you motion for approval.
I know. So and what's the amendment, or what's the change?
The amendment is to strike out Family Services of Redlands and amend that portionment to step up on second. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that, yes.
Okay, Ted, are you okay?
Yeah,
okay
I
with
just want a
that?
confirmation from staff that that actually is the case. If it is, it's a very good catch, and we should go through with it.
I have a
If I may,
Hold on,
if I may,
Ms. Gallegos, go ahead.
yes, if I may, this is strictly for CDBG CV funds, not for ESG. So I'm not understanding why this is coming up in this meeting.
Back at page 503.
So the
Fine.
packet page referencing 503.
Oh, okay. So that is part of the current action plan that we're amending. And so what we have there is what we have already made recommendations for. Can you please repeat the page number?
503 and 504.
Okay, 503 and 504.
In reference to family services of Redlands.
Okay, yes, so we are currently funding those organizations, and those were approved at the initial city council meeting when we took this action plan for approval.
Okay.
No, but the question still stands. This is that correct? That the area of responsibility for this this organization out of Redlands doesn't cover anything in the city of San Bernardino?
Yes, they do. They do cover the folks that are being affected by the homeless issue. They do assist our homeless population.
Here in San Bernardino?
Yes, they do.
Check their website, folks. Check their website. And okay, so I'll move on then to a different question.
No,
Wait a
that's
minute.
fine. I'm willing to amend that.
Then I
I'm willing to
will.
amend it.
All
I'm
right.
willing to amend it.
So Mr. Figueroa, hold on just a second, please. So Mr. Figueroa, you still would like to amend that. You have prerogative to do that. You have support from the council. It appears Fred and Ted are supporting.
Well, no, I'm not going to support that.
Okay,
If we've agreed to that already, and they're supporting and helping out here in San Bernardino, then I'm not willing to change in the middle of the
Okay.
stream. We should.
All right, so you retract your support on that. Is there a second to Juan? Do you want to support Ted's motion?
I have a second question. Packet page 509. Project name Home Key Motel Conversion. It's identified 2 different motels that have already been identified. What are those locations of those motels?
The first motel, this is Gretel Noble. The first motel is on G Street. And the second one is at Pacific Avenue or Pacific Street.
And how were those chosen?
Those are not projects that the city initiated. Those are projects that the county had funded. And I think those previously were discussed at a prior council meeting last year.
Taking no question.
And council, if I could add, this evening, the only item that you have before you is the amendment that addresses the COVID relief funds that were received. So we are making a substantial amendment to program those additional dollars that we received for that specific purpose, not the annual action plan that you had already adopted at the beginning of the year. You will be able to consider funding for next year's allocation in June when that's brought before you.
And to clarify, this is page 499 of the packet, right? The yellow highlighted that we're amending.
That is correct.
Okay, other council members on any questions? If not, I will entertain a motion and move this item. Is there a motion?
Can I move to approve?
You sure can. You're a council member.
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, I would have moved to approve. I wasn't going to move to approve with the changes. But,
Okay,
so I'll
great.
second.
So there's a motion and a second. Call for the vote. Ms. City Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Is this with or without the change?
without.
Without?
Mayor Pro Tem, can you clarify your motion? Are you moving staff's recommendation or are you moving the recommendation with the amendments?
I'm moving for the recommendations of the staff's amendments. The items on page 499.
So this would be what
The floor motion.
the suggested
A
amendment.
floor motion, yes.
No.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
No. Nay.
The motion passes 4-3. Council members Figueroa, Reynoso, and Alexander voting in opposition. Mayor, you're muted.
Closing the hearing now at approximately 11:15 p.m. for deliberation and action. Thank you, council. Moving on to item number 13. This is street vacation of a portion of 4th Street. The recommendations there before you. I'm opening the public hearing at approximately 11:15 p.m. There is a provision for a staff report, but if we have council members who
Move
like
approval.
all right.
Second.
Motion and a second for the staff recommendation. Council members, do we have anybody who would like to speak or address? If not, we'll call the roll. Okay, Ms. City Clerk, please call the roll.
I just want to confirm, are these still part of the public hearing, Mayor?
They are.
You don't have to open or close the public hearing?
I just did, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
And just for the record, we did not receive any requests to speak for this item or the prior item.
All right, very good. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
and Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, with that, good evening, folks. I'm going to hand it over to our Mayor Pro Tem. You have a wonderful evening, and I want to say and compliment our council for your very, very, I'm just grateful to you for spending the time in your study and deliberation tonight. It's a great meeting, and I'll hand it over for a consent calendar for Mayor Pro Tem, and I wish you all good night. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, you're muted.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. With that said, we're going to continue on to the consent calendar, and I will be going in order by ward to see if anybody would like to pull any items. Councilmember Sanchez, any pulls?
No pulls at this time.
Councilmember Figueroa?
None.
Councilmember Charette?
I want to know why Sanchez is laughing. I have none to pull.
Do you want me to say?
No.
Councilmember Reynoso?
Just number 14.
14. Councilmember Calvin? Councilwoman?
Ma'am, you're muted.
Number 18.
And Councilmember Alexander?
14 and 24.
Would anybody might like to make a motion to approve all those, the balance?
Make the
I
motion.
move that we approve.
Move the balance.
Second.
Ms. City Clerk?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin, Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
thank you. Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, motion passes unanimously.
Item number 14 was pulled by Council Members Reynoso and Alexander. Resolution of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, authorizing the city manager to execute the Third Amendment to a legal service agreement with Carpenter, Rothens, and Dumont LLP Before us is a recommendation to adopt resolution number 2021-60 approving third amendment to the agreement with Carpenter Roth and Dumont LLP. Staff or council members, you have questions or?
Thank you. City Attorney, catch me if I say anything I'm not allowed to say. What am I allowed to speak on first? Anything related to the case?
You're allowed to talk about anything related to the case except for any confidential attorney-client privilege that you might have obtained in closed session. But the case itself and the general facts you're allowed to speak about.
So this is a case of excessive force. Our police department resulted in the death of a man with mental disabilities. There are other factors. I can't speak to the legality on either side. What I do know is that initially, when reading the background information, $50,000 was the approved, and I know how it goes in litigation. They'll come back and ask for some more. But the initial was $50,000 about 2 years ago, a year and a half ago or so. And it's since been increased and increased. And we're now coming up on, they're asking for another $100,000. And so that'll put us at a total, if approved, of $500,000 for litigation expenses, which means we would have gone from an ask of $50,000 to a 100% increase about a year and a half later. And so I guess I have my answers to that, not really asking a question. I just find it very concerning, and I don't know if I can speak to where we should be with the lawsuit, but we shouldn't be here. And so that's all I have to say. I pulled it really to call a vote on it.
Councilmember Alexander?
Yes, maybe the city manager can answer my question. We entered into legal service agreement with this law firm. My question is, one, is it a local law firm, as in the city of San Bernardino? Two, is it a minority law firm, i.e. African American, Latino, Asian, i.e. And if not, why aren't we reaching out to those type of law firms in the city and or minority firms?
Well, actually, Councilman, this predates my tenure here, so I don't know that much of the background on this. I don't think, though, that they're a local case. Sonia, where are they based?
We discussed the incident, the timing of the incident in closed session this evening. One of the things that I can certainly say, council member, is that the outside legal counsel that is selected to handle these types of cases in most cities is done in conjunction with the risk management department. There are several firms throughout California that specialize in defending cities in excessive force cases. This was one case that was evaluated to potentially have significant liability to the city. And so at the time, one of those firms that specializes in these types of cases was selected. I think that if it is the council's desire that we look for local counsel or people locally that have this kind of expertise, we can always work with staff to issue an RFP and to maybe evaluate and see whether there are people that are qualified and interested in working on these cases in the future.
And I could add to that we don't have on staff currently a risk manager, and we are in the process of rectifying that. That's a significant problem for the city. So we're in the process of rectifying that deficiency.
Okay.
So can
I'm looking for local. Look, I know a lot of lawyers that are in San Bernardino, and we're not reaching out to the talent that we have here in San Bernardino. I just don't understand that. So if we can, we should.
And if I may speak as a council person as well, it is pretty troubling that, we started first with only 50,000 a year and a half ago, and now it's up to close to 500,000 for this. And if anybody would second my motion, I'd like to make a motion that staff send out an RFP for another law firm to represent us for this case.
That would be a grave mistake. I move the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, Ms. City Clerk.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Are we voting on my motion?
Yes.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
No.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
No.
Councilmember Calvin,
No.
Councilmember Alexander.
Nay.
Motion fails. Council members, Mayor Pro Tem Ibarra, Councilmember Reynoso, Calvin, and Alexander voting in opposition.
Yeah, what do we do for an encore?
It failed.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Let me ask my city attorney first. Since the motion failed, what do you recommend we do next?
Well, we did have a closed session on this case earlier today. I think that would have been an appropriate time to discuss any concerns. It would have been a good time to ask the special outside legal counsel what the costs were and perhaps, why the costs are what they are. I can tell you that if you look at any other excessive force case where you have officers involved and a fatality, that defending a case of this nature can cost anywhere between $350,000 and upwards of $750,000 if you go all the way through trial. So that is not necessarily an indication of any particular law firm. It was told to you in closed session that in this particular case, the plaintiff's lawyers are spun off from a larger firm. I think you were advised that there were over 10 to 12 depositions that were already taken, and that they have taken a very active and proactive approach in their discovery. So I think those are all the things that have led to these higher costs. The reason that there was initially a $50,000 contract was not because anyone thought that it would only cost $50,000. It was because when these cases are filed, you don't have an active risk management department. And so we take these cases in, and you have to engage an attorney within 30 days. That's when your response is due. And so I think that first $50,000 contract was just to get someone on board and get that response filed. So just to understand, it wasn't a bait and switch. No one ever represented to the city council that a case of this magnitude could be handled for $50,000. I would like to say if the city council does not authorize this, we would have to notify the legal counsel. And if that legal counsel decided not to continue to represent the city, you could potentially default on this case. So at some point or another, you have to choose to either defend the case, settle the case, or face some type of default. Which are your decisions to make.
We could talk about settling right here.
No.
I didn't think so.
No, but if that's something that, again, you want to bring your attorneys back and ask those questions and talk about those items, again, outside legal counsel gave you the numbers this evening. You know what those numbers are on the low end and the high end. And if you want to bring him back and discuss that, we can arrange to have that meeting.
Can you do that?
I think Councilmember Sanchez had a comment first, and then I'll go with Charette.
Sorry.
We're playing with fire here. If we don't handle this delicately, we're gonna, as our city attorney has said, we're gonna end up defaulting on this case, and it will cost us way more than if we continue to handle this. I would ask for caution from our counsel. Do we need a bridge, some sort of funding until we can get the attorney out here for our next meeting? But I'm begging the council, don't do this. We're going to be in major legal jeopardy if we decide to just cut off right now. Is there a lesser amount, Ms. City Attorney, that would bridge us until at least the council reconvenes in the near future, to discuss how we move forward?
I would have to maybe defer to the city manager and see if our risk management staff knows what the outstanding invoices amount to, and how much we would need to pay those invoices.
Yeah, and we're going to have to get back on that. I don't know that we have that number at our fingertips. I will say this, I am concerned. I would not recommend that we ever go unrepresented or that we change in the middle of the case. And we are in the middle of the case. And the exposure I can't talk to, But you've heard it. The exposure that we are up against is significant. So we're not on a staff end going to recommend ever that we pursue this course. We can check and see, but then we'll have to reconvene. So I'm not prepared to take it any further than that. Not tonight.
Councilmember Charette?
Yeah, the only thing I want to say is exactly what the city manager just said and what Councilman Sanchez said. This is dangerous territory. Sends a really dumb message. And I'm telling you, this is maybe takes the cake for things that I've seen councils decide to do over my 13 years tenure. I mean, and I've seen a lot of crazy stuff, but this is really dangerously close to malpractice for us all. I would beg again, as my colleague has done, that somebody reconsider their vote and let's move this on. Let's talk about future stuff, but let's not try to throw a monkey wrench in the middle of a major case like this.
Councilmember Alexander, and then Calvin.
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll reconsider my vote.
Councilwoman Calvin.
Yeah, I like to as well.
Ms. City Clerk.
Sonia, correct me if I'm wrong. We have to take a motion to reconsider their vote, correct? And then continue.
Take a motion
to reconsider,
and then we can vote again.
Move to reconsider.
Second.
Mr. City Manager, can you still provide us or be able to get an update on the outstanding receipts so far?
Absolutely, yes, we'll do that. And as I mentioned earlier, we are in the process of reinventing a lot of things in government here. And one of the major things I'm concerned about is our approach to risk management. And I'm working very closely with the assistant city manager and the human resources director to fix it. So you'll get more than just an update on that. We'll start laying out what our future plans are as well.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
And I'll also reconsider with that caveat. Thank you.
For the question for reconsideration.
Yes. Ms. City Clerk.
And Councilmember Sanchez.
Councilmember, I just want to remind you that we do have an upcoming report to the council on all of the cases, and I think those dates have been set out to you. So we'll make sure you get those too with all of the outstanding cases and the amounts.
Okay. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion to reconsider passes 6-1 with Councilmember Reynoso voting in opposition.
I'll move the floor motion.
Second.
I'm sorry.
I second.
We just took a
Councilmember
vote.
Charette's motion.
Just pick someone.
Right.
No, but we
Mayor
just took
Pro
a
Tem
vote.
pick someone.
No, we moved to reconsider. So now we have to vote on the floor motion again.
Yes. So who
Okay.
seconded?
I defer to Councilmember Sanchez being a
All right,
senior
I
member.
second.
Okay, that's what I have down. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, would you like me to call the roll?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa?
Yes.
Councilmember Charette?
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso?
No.
Councilmember Calvin?
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander?
Aye.
Okay, motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Reynoso voting in opposition.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Next item that was pulled was item number 18, Code Amendment for Downtown Advisory Committee, final reading and this affects wards 1 and 3. Recommendation by city staff is to accept the final reading and adopt ordinance MC-1552 of the Mayor and City Council of the City of San Bernardino, California, adopting the Code Amendment to Section 2.17.040 related to appointment registered voters requirement compensation oath with the amendments identified by the mayor and city council motion to approve the ordinance. Councilwoman Calvin?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. In the backup information, I do believe that we may need to have something striked. I believe that we all voted and agreed on that the committee members would have to be residents of the city of San Bernardino, or they could be active business owners, right? But they could not just simply be a commercial property owner. They would have to have an active business license, live in the city, not just own property.
Councilmember Calvin, I believe the language does articulate that.
I thought that I thought I read that you can be a commercial property owner.
It says to the committee, so long as non-city residents have an active business license with the city and makes up less than 25% of the committee. Is that not reflective of the action taken?
Well, the 25%, they still can't just be a commercial business owner. I mean, a commercial property owner. They can't just own property. They had to still have a business.
Yeah, and just for clarity for the council member, even property owners who own commercial property are required to have a business license with the city.
So our foreign investors who have owned property, they own a business license?
They are required to have a business license if they own commercial property.
But that does not make you an active business owner. It just means that you own property, correct?
You are correct. So staff's understanding in regards to what you had recommended as amendments, where the first was that those individuals cannot exceed more than 25% of the makeup. And the other thing you had required is that they have an active business license. And that's what amendments were made to this ordinance.
Are we able to reread those minutes? Because I believe that I stated that they could not simply be a property owner, that they had to have a business in the city, a business owner, an active, in the words, actually active business owner, not just be a property owner.
Certainly, we can continue the item and absolutely go back, reread the recording.
Move to continue.
Thank you.
Continue for clarity.
Second.
Ms. City Clerk, can you take the roll?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
The motion to continue passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Next item that was pulled and last item was item number 24, construction contract award for citywide concrete repairs. This will be for wards 1, 2, and 6. Recommendation by staff is to adopt resolution number 2021-65 of the mayor and city council of the city of San Bernardino, California. And council, is it okay if I do all three bullet points together on this one, number 24? There's
Yes.
3. Okay. So the first one is approving the award of the construction contract with Martinez Concrete Incorporated in the amount of $412,550 to provide citywide annual concrete repairs. And number 2, authorizing project construction contingencies, and inspections cost in the total amount of $483,032 for citywide annual concrete repairs project CIP SS-D. And number 3, authorizing the city manager or designee to expend the contingency fund if necessary to complete the project. Councilmember Alexander, you may ask questions.
Yes, thank you. As usual, I always ask what local vendor preference was done. Is Director Whitehorn, is Director of Finance on the call?
Yes, I'm here.
I remember last meeting, we asked for you to bring forth our local vendor preference regulations that the city of San Bernardino have. Do you have that?
Yes, I believe that was sent to all council members right before the last council meeting, and I can send that again. We are not, per the state of California, allowed to do a local vendor preference for construction contracts. That is not legal. We have a local vendor preference for materials and supplies, but we can't do a local vendor preference for construction contracts.
Okay, so because of their federal dollars, or what's the reason? I know it's state law, I understand that, but when we have federal dollars, is there some kind of regulation that 20% has to go to minority business enterprises? Correct me and help me with that.
Oh, like why we can't do it, or I don't know what the specifics.
Sorry to interrupt, Barbara. I think it's probably better answered by Chris Jensen.
Okay.
And Alex Kishta.
So absolutely, and Alex can chime in. I have, and we kind of talked about this a little bit. I think Council Member Alexander. So the definition of a public project under the Public Contracting Code is what keeps us from being able to apply a local vendor preference. We actually, like Barbara had said, goods and services, and maybe even I think that we've got potentially a preference that can be applied to like our professional services agreement. But the California Public Contract Code requires that we award to the lowest responsible bidder. And basically what that means is obviously it's the lowest cost bidder who has met all of the requirements of the bidding documents. Alex can tell you the process we go through for vetting what responsible means, but generally it's a bidder that's going to have the experience, the personnel, the equipment, and the finances to perform the work. But Alex, do you have anything to add?
Yes. This project, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. This project is a CDBG funding project, which is a federal project. And with that being said, part of this project is we ask the contractor, that is a DPE, which is, for minority businesses, if he have any of his staff or his subcontractors can apply for this, or they're qualified for that. So the city's goal for DPE or, for the minority contractor is at 12.6%. So the contractor at this point, if he can't meet that, he will have to apply, submit a paperwork saying that is good faith effort that he tried, but he couldn't make it. But we usually ask for these DPE paperwork to be submitted with the project. According to the public works contract, like everybody said, we cannot, apply local preference, and that have to be to the lowest responsive bidder, which is basically the lowest bidder. After we compete all the numbers, make sure all the paperwork is correct.
Okay, so did you say the DPE?
Yes.
Okay.
Disadvantaged Business Enterprise.
Okay.
So that is for minorities, women-owned, and I forgot the third one. But you know what? Just to let you know, Councilmember Alexander, the Martinez contractor is one of the biggest contractors around that have a big DPE. So I believe that there are a 20% disadvantaged business enterprise.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Who to approve?
Move to approve. Second.
Mayor Pro Tem, would you like?
City Clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Surratt,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Ms. City Clerk. Now we're moving on to items we consider for future meetings. On the agenda, we have restricted truck routes by Councilmember Alexander.
Yes, Director Huntley, could you please bring us back restricted truck routes? So as you well know, truck routes beat up our streets, i.e. Tippecanoe and other streets and 3rd Street and so forth and so on. Could you please bring back to this council how restricted truck routes would help our city as far as limiting where they can go?
There's actually, sorry, Mike. There's a process behind that. So let us, if it's okay with you, we'll bring back a full report on what that process is and how we would accomplish that.
Great. Within 30 days?
If that. Yeah. As soon as we can. Sorry, Mike, you can hear that, but the sooner we can do it, the better.
So within 30 days?
Yes, that's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso, and then Charette.
I'm going to make a motion to approve it, but I just want to lobby you, Mike, so you don't have to do extra work. CCERT has done tons of research on this already. And obviously they don't, they can't make recommendations formally, but they work with tons of people, especially like the community groups that are very aware of like epicenters of pollution. And so just go to them, to be honest with you. I'm not saying they'll be the one-stop shop, but definitely they will help you begin a lot of the research for this process.
And actually, it'll be Chris Jensen and her shop who will probably work on this, but we'll work hand in hand. And we'll go back and look at that information.
Oh, sorry, I thought it was your shop.
It's okay. We seem to share a lot of things lately, so.
And I'm sure Mike will get an angle on this somehow.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilmember Charette?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if that requires a vote. I just had an item that I'd like to have brought back, or at least be talking about it and bring it back in the next, as soon as possible, next 30 days or so. And that's an item on exactly how the council goes about getting an item for
Are we finished on the first item?
Well,
have we taken a vote on the first item?
Okay, then Ms. City Clerk, can we take a vote?
Does that require a vote?
Well, we need a consensus, right?
It does now, Councilman Charette, since like 2 meetings ago.
Okay.
We'll go back to your item, Charette. Ms. City Clerk, can you take a roll for item number 27?
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
Councilmember Figueroa,
Yes.
Councilmember Charette,
Yes.
Councilmember Reynoso,
Yes.
Councilmember Calvin,
Yes.
Councilmember Alexander.
Aye.
Okay, the request passes unanimously.
Excellent, thank you. And then now Councilmember Charette would like to add something for future meeting.
Yes, thank you. And the item is to amend the charter. It would be a ballot measure to go on the charter, a charter amendment in 2022, and how we can get that on, how we as a council can get that on the ballot. And it would be to look at eliminating the mayor's position. And as we are a council manager form of government, to look into eliminating the mayor's position as a full-time elected position in this city.
So do you want to activate the Charter Review Committee? Sorry, Councilman Reynoso, I see your finger. I apologize. Would you like to activate the Charter Review?
It's not related to this item. This is something that the council can do on its own to get a ballot measure on. I don't have a problem with, and I believe we need to activate the Charter Committee Review Committee. I think they're supposed to be doing that anyway, and there's probably other items on there too. But the primary item that I think needs to be looked at very diligently and very seriously is eliminating the position of the mayor for a manager council form of government. I don't see the need for a mayor.
Do we need to handle those, Mayor Pro Tem, one at a time? Because I would like to activate the Charter Review Committee. And Councilmember Charette wants to do something entirely different separately.
Yes. I believe our city manager had provided some deadlines of when they were going to start their meetings. And it seems like Ms. Rebecca wants to provide.
And I think we have a little bit of an issue here because this is not agendized. This is the portion where we can ask for something to be brought back in this section for consider, so that then we'll get follow on. City attorney.
Do you need me to? I'll stipulate and then I'll put it in writing for you, and I won't. We don't have to deal with this tonight. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
I think, yeah.
And I'll put it in writing, and we can deal with it at a future upcoming meeting.
It'll be on the next agenda in the same location, I guess. Sonia, do you have something that you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to explain that maybe what we could do is bring back to the council an understanding of what their charter actually says with respect to charter amendments, those that can be initiated by the city council and under 1000, and those which require a periodic review of the charter by a commission under 1001. So maybe I can just get out some information to the council on that, and you can decide if you want to agendize or what you want to do moving forward. You just need to understand what your rules say before you jump into doing anything.
I think that's kind of basically what I'm asking for.
Okay.
And that would cover for Councilmember Charette's concern, and then for Councilmember Alexander wanting an update on when we can activate the Charter Review Committee. You said next meeting, Mr. City Manager?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll bring both back to you.
Okay. And I see Councilmember Reynoso and Figueroa.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Charette, I love it. I wanted to just echo, I think we've already established this, Rob, but to bring back, I believe it's going to come forward if we've already fulfilled the process to visit the idea of a citywide warehouse moratorium. Will that be coming forward, or do I need to write something else down for you?
You don't have to write anything down. It'll be, it's going to be in the same slot at the next agenda.
Thank you.
For initiation of action.
Let me make my notes. You have the notes, Ms. City Clerk? Warehouse moratorium?
Yes, I do.
The third item.
Citywide.
Okay, and I had Councilmember Figueroa next.
Thank you. Going back to what Councilmember Charette was talking about as far as the role of the mayor, it's my understanding that the role of the mayor, as far as the charter is written currently, is just being kind of a figurehead spokesperson for the city with no real actual voting powers on the council, with the exception of a few items. Would it be still possible without waiting until 2022 to just have the mayor's the city council meetings run by the mayor pro tem, with only having the mayor present for those important presentations, those type of kind of like the Red Cross situation today, or would that have to actually be a charter revision?
Council members, I really think that we need to agendize this for a discussion at a future meeting rather than addressing this at this time. We can certainly bring back options and what's available to you, but it should be agendized as a discussion item, and then you can deliberate in terms of the actions that you'd like to take.
And that would probably be addressed on the first item with our city attorney providing us with the what charter amendments we can do as a council versus what goes before the voters. So.
Under the Brown Act, we're allowed to answer, brief questions. I've been taking down note of what questions you've asked. Like that question, Councilmember Figueroa, is very easily answered. It's in your charter, so I will send you a response to it that, you'd have to do a charter amendment because that the authority to preside over a meeting is contained in the charter and invest that power in your mayor. But
it also could be, the meeting could be run by the mayor pro tem as well.
Only in the absence of the mayor, only in the absence. So anybody have questions, I'm happy to answer it, but we just want to be mindful of the Brown Act. I think it's loud and clear. I think the city manager has heard that you'd like to get more information. And so we can bring that back to you where you can then have a full conversation and we can answer all of your questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. City Attorney. And then Councilwoman Calvin.
Yes, I just had a question. Actually, I'd like to have something to be considered for future meetings. When we receive our government outreach report for our wards, I'd like to know, I know that there's some other cities that have a automated system to where residents are able to look to check to see when their item is getting repaired or when their streets are going to get paved. And I believe we might have had this conversation already, City Manager, but can we check in to see how much that equipment would cost? Because when I receive my open service request and I look down and I see that my oldest one was from 2011 and it was to be repaired in 2012 and it's still on my list, that's quite disturbing. So, and then I also just need to know, how do I then address having these items addressed so that these old, that's almost 10 years old items, going on 10-year-old items that are still on my open request or open service request orders.
Okay. Let's get a report together. We are at the mid-year budget report. We did ask for permission to go out to bid and start buying some new technology. A lot of our stuff is antiquated. That's not a great excuse, but it's just what it is. So we're in the process of evaluating all those systems, and I'm working closely with Chris Jensen and Mike Huntley, and we are in the process of working to make some really significant improvements to that system. But we will get you a report back on the specifics of your request.
Thank you.
Councilmember Calvin, we can follow up on the specific requests that you're talking about that are old, and at least provide you with the status or what's going on with them. So you should be able to get answers to that. We'll have staff follow up.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. There's a lot of them. Okay. And I just want, those at least under 5 years.
Are these ones that are requests that are assigned to you, or just requests that are within your ward specifically?
These are within my ward specifically, and this list is generated from the city and is sent to me so that I'm aware of the open requests.
Okay. Those weekly reports we get.
Yeah, we'll follow up on that. Thank you.
Okay, next item then. Do we need to take a vote on this, Ms. City Attorney, on the items I want to bring back?
I think that's in accordance with the policy the policy memo that the city manager has distributed.
Mr.
Yes.
City Manager.
Yeah.
No, we only voted on it after it came back how Councilman Alexander's was.
As an item, right?
Yeah,
It
yeah.
has to be agendized for.
He has to put it on the agenda.
Yeah, no, we're not voting.
Okay, so all of these will be on the next agenda for us to vote on to bring back.
Right.
Correct.
That's correct.
So no vote needed. Okay. Next, we're almost there. It's almost midnight. Reports. Anybody attended any conferences that would like to report to us? Any council members? I see none. With that said.
Well, no. I do have an announcement I'd like to make.
Yes, Councilmember Sanchez.
I'll try to make it as brief as I can. I think I should address, as the councilman of the first ward, comments that were made by the mayor a couple weeks back. He said something along the lines of the first ward is disgusting, and people have called me and reached out to me and said that I should demand an apology from the mayor for what he said about the first ward, and I have my opinion and my take on that. As someone who is from the first ward, and I represent the first ward and live the life of most people here in the first ward, I know what we're like. We're a hardy bunch, and we depend on very few people outside of our immediate neighborhoods. We depend on our family, on our friends, on our neighbors. Many of us live in dire poverty. We work 2 jobs, single mothers who take care of 2 to 3 kids, an elderly parent, and we have felt abandoned for decades by our presidents, by our senators, congressmen, governors, even our local elected officials at times. And we don't live our lives with anyone's permission, and we don't seek their approval. And I think I can say this with confidence as a First Ward resident, that if the mayor wants to give us an apology, thank you, but no thank you. An insincere apology means very little among these people who have had to weather so much throughout their lives. So I would just send the message out that let's continue to depend on each other, and the people who we take care of, and the people who take care of us. And that's how we're going to get ahead. That's all I have to say about that.
And I will say, well said.
Thank you, Councilman.
I'm sorry that you're having to say this at midnight when so many people might not hear it. And I appreciate exactly what you're saying, but it is a shame that something like that has to be said at midnight. And maybe that's something else we should be looking at, going back to comments by the council in the early part of the meeting.
I think
Here.
next meeting in the beginning, we should demand that.
Here.
Okay, with that said, we are adjourning our meeting. The Mayor and City Council will adjourn to a special meeting that will be held on Wednesday, March 31st, 2021 via teleconference. Open session will begin at 5:30 p.m. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Good night, everyone.